Come be a part of it. Come be a part of
it. Atlanta Jew Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
Just remind Chaverim, Machaber Tenyo Cheer, because here we also have the Machaber, or the Idat, and the gathering, the Wayat Kahel, the Kahal. Kahal is the gathering of the church, and the teaching of His Majesty is very, very important right here. Let's bring out the Gospel of H.I.M., Haile Selassie first, Book 1, and we hope to have the Book 2, the follow-up to this Book 1 on the first little books that we publish here. His Majesty's asked on the Lutheran, what's referred to as a Lutheran interview, or the interview with Oswald Hoffman, Dr. Oswald Hoffman of the Lutheran Ministries. He's asked, Your Imperial Majesty, as a member of the body of Christ, what do you expect of the church? And Gormawi Haile Selassie, His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie first said, the church is not merely a building. The church is a faithful fulfillment of the Christian life and its requirements. Thus, as the name applies to the buildings, so is our heart, the church, in which God, Exealia, Sustainer, which Elohim, the true good, the true God, dwells. After our blameless Creator was sent to this world by His Father, then the hearts of all believers, or the believers, the Mitmanan, the Amanyoch, become the temple of Exealia, the Sustainer, of Ha-Elohim, the true good, the true God. The love of Ha-Elohim, the true good, the true God, the love of Cha, the love of Exealia, the Sustainer, cannot be fathomed by a series of questions and answers, and man's soul cannot experience deeper enrichment as a result. We believe in the Amen, and the good is Na'amen, Na'amin, Na'amin, Na'amen, Na'amenalen, in the Royal Heart, the pure language, Na'amenalen, in Na'amenalen, in Na'amenalen. We Amen, we admit, often translated as we believe. In the good is we have Na'amen, Na'amen, Na'amin, Na'amen. We Amen, that men at all times be bound by His love and grace. So now we have this here in the Oswald Hoffman interview with Gormawi Haile Selassie, with His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie I, where he's asked, Your Imperial Majesty, Gormawi John Hoy, as a member of the body, we can ask the question, what member of that body of Christ? Right? But as a member of the body of HaMoshiach, member of the anointed, member of Christ, remember that Christ, Christos, Yeshua, HaMoshiach, Jesus, the Christos, Christ, is our high priest, the Lika Kahinat, the Kahin HaGadol, the high priest. Remember that likeness of Aharon, of Aaron? So let's go over again. What was it, right? And what be it according to the pattern that makes Aaron that high priest and that type of Messiah, which Yeshua, which Jesus fulfills, according to the teaching of His Divine Majesty. So as a member of the body of Christ, what do you expect? What do you expect? What are your expectations? See, expectations. What about expectations? What are our expectations? Some say to modify your expectations. You have to really check what be our expectations, because many people have expectations about the church, about the Bible, about God or God, Christianity, salvation. But what do you expect of the church? Gormawi Nebuchadnezzar, His Imperial Majesty asks, what do you expect of the church? And this word right here is that the church is not merely a building. Period. Full stop. The church is not merely a building. Point blank, period. The church is not merely a building. Now, most people's expectations are understanding or misunderstanding is that the church is a building. They say going to church. And this is a point that we have sought to bring out, and we'll bring out, continue to bring out, because the truth is objective reality, whether ones see it at first or not, hopefully in the fullness that they will be fulfilled and recognize that the church is not merely a building. So how strange, right? How strange is this idea when we say going to church and looking at the church to be merely a building? But that's not all. That's just the groundation right there, the teaching of his message. Give us a teaching of his message, because we don't want no devil's philosophy. The devil's philosophy tell you, well, you're a church goer, right? Or you're a church goer. Right? What does that mean, a church goer? See, this Torah portion here, wayak ahel, from the Hebrew kahal, the gathering, the assembly. That word there in the Brit Chadash sense, even in the Brit Yashana, in the Old Testament sense, Brit Yashana, the Belui Kidan, Ethiopically, but the Old Covenant, OT sense, is the church. This is why we find the Apostle Stephen, the first martyr, right, of the Nazarenes, referring to the church in the wilderness, Bamidbar, the church Bamidbar, the church in the wilderness. So one might say, well, if you're coming from a Western Gentile, point of view, or half original, you might be Hebrew or ethnically, according to the flesh, but now according to the spirit and the truth. One might hear the expression in the New Testament translation of the Bible where it speaks about the church in the wilderness. What does it mean, Habarim? What does it mean when we have this phrase, the church in the wilderness? Let's just bring this up right here. Church in the wilderness, if we even consult with the Hebrew, Brit Chadash, or the New Testament scriptures, right? The church in the wilderness, right? We have the church in the wilderness, and it's in Acts. One place in the Bible. He says, for my part, I glory in the Bible. So for I of the name. See, this is the key qualification of the name. I no play, no joke thing, right, of the name, Rastafari. The teaching of his majesty is front and center, is the groundation, is the foundation. Here in Acts of the Apostles, chapter 7, verse 38, it says, this is he. Who's he? He who be, who he be. This is he. Right? This is he. This is he. But the he here that was in the church in the wilderness with the angel, with Ha-Mela'ak. Speaking of Moshe. Who is he? Who is he that was in the church in the wilderness? The church in the wilderness. Here, Stephen is giving a overview of the history, right? Of the history of the Hebrews and of the church. He's giving the history, overview right here in chapter 7. Right, in chapter 7, let's go through this right here. Just a quick overview, and then take, of course, that Selah moment to meditate, reflect, be still, and the gnosis, right? And he who be. So typing this in right here so we can bring up the Hebrew right here, get the verse right here in the fuller context. We're in Acts of the Apostles, chapter 7, verse 38. Chapter 7, verse 38. If you go to verse 37, it says, this is that Moshe. This is that Moshe, Moses, Ethiopically, and we coin this phrase here, Ethiopically, even Amharically, but here Ethiopically, according to the Ethiopic Moshe, the Hebrew for Moses, Moshe, we have Muse. Muse is the head of a fraternal order, the head of a monastery. This is interesting when we think of, Deborah Sinai, or Mount Sinai, Har Sinai, a monastery. This is that Moses, which said to the children of Israel, to the children, the sons of Bnei Yisrael, a prophet shall Adonai, thy Elohim, rise up to you of your brethren, like to me, to I. Him shall y'all hear. This is he that was in the church in the wilderness with Ha-Mela'ak, which spake to him in the Mount Sinai. Here KJV says Mount Sinai. And with our fathers, our fathers, Abotenu, our fathers, Abatochachin, who receives, this is the Kabbalah in the Ethiopic sense, the Kabbalah, the receive, the lively oracles, the words sound, Hadebarim, right? These are the words to give to us, to I and I. Let's just pause here for a moment at verse 38. We have the church in the wilderness. Now bringing out the Hebrew, the Hebraic of it all. And there's two main Hebrew versions right here. We know that the one that we have, the hard copy, is this one, HBPD. There's also the HB, and there's the unpointed, the Hebrew M, which is unpointed. But here it says, who, Asher, he, Ash, who, or who, he, right, for short, whoa, right, more archaic, whoa, Asher, Haya, Bakahal, Asher, Haya, Bakahal. He, who, Asher, the one who is the Hebrew pronoun for the emphatic. He himself and none other. He, who, Asher, the one, Haya. Even that root of the Yod, Hey, where Hey, right? When we go according to the Hebraics, the Afro-Semitic, Haya, to be, right? Haya, the who, Haya. So who haya, wuhu haya, he who was, wuhu hoe, so who hoe, he who is, wuhu, yeh, he who will be, tifara, revelation of Tafari, yes, I. So here we have, hu asha haya bakahal, ba in, by way of, Kahal. Some would not say Vakahal, but here we have Bakahal. There's the bait, right? In the church, Bamidbar was in the Kahal. So we have this Torah portion, Vayakahel. Some would enunciate, as we mentioned, Vayachel. Even we sometimes was saying that until we got more into the Hebrew, into the Chumash and the Masoretic, and we say, wait, it is Vayachel. Wayakahel from the root kahal. And why is that so important? Well, the English and the translators translate as Moses assembled, he I assemble. Moses assembled, Moses I assemble. All right. Now that word, the kahal, very significant, the kahal. All right. The kahal is the called out assemblies to church. So that signifies that it's I and I as the body, already signifying. All right. Calling those things, right, which be not the sense of the church. The true sense of the church is the gathering, the witness, right, the idat, right, the congregation being called, right, we have in the New Testament sense, ecclesia in the koina, which is say the common, the Greek, which they spoke and speak, then like we speak English. Right, so we touch on the Hebrew, then we touch on the English, but more of the people spoke, we could say, like the English of the first century time, which was the Greek. Even the Hebrews and the Yehudi and the Jews then spoke the Hebrew, Masoretic Hebrew. They may have understood some words here or there, but this was as they call the lingua franca. This was the language that was spoken, a language of communication, right, and communion, as it were. So we have the sense of the ekkalio, ecclesia, also in the Spanish and the Romance languages, we have ecclesia. Right? And when we say ecclesiastical, we say the ecclesiastical year. In the Hebrew, ecclesiastical year, to distinguish the ecclesiastical year from the civil year. And we say Ethiopia, the kingdom of God, and that's September 11th. That time, that season, which is actually the 7th moon or the 7th month, that is known in the later as Tishri. All right, but beginning from the beginning of moons, right? Aviv, some say, but Abib was the Abib. Abib is the barley, right? The barley harvest. But from Abibet to sprout forward, as we have Addis Ababa, right? Addis Ababa, right? Addis Ababa. Abibet means it sprung up, it grew. Abeba is that which sprung up or grew. To say new flower, Addis Ababa, right? Addis Ababa. Right, ha'abeba, because the abebe, in other words, the flower, it springs up. So we have the moon, the month, which is the beginning of moons, corresponding to the ha-pesach, fasika season, even coming forward. All right, so here, it's so very important right here because this Torah portion begins on the day after the day after the Yom HaKippurim, the day of HaKippurim. This is why we emphasize that it's not Yom Kippur, as you have heard. I mean, it's a shortened, cut down, chopped down version, but it takes away the fuller sense of the HaKippurim, taking off the definite article and the Yod Meme. The definite article and the Yod Meme is off. The Yod Meme at the end, Kippurim, Reem, right? Atonement, the atonement, day of the atonement. So this Torah portion here, right, from the sages and from our study, right, it fits together with that ancient witness and narrative. This Torah portion is the day after the day of the atonement, Yom HaKippurim, Yawam HaKippurim, the day of the atonement. It's not just Yom Kippur. I mean, we may say that, but let's study to shew I and ourselves approve. So here we have this connection of the church and the teaching of His Majesty concerning the church. Just give ear. Simu. The church is not merely a building. Even though in this Torah portion, Wayakahel Moshe, and Moses he called, right? Moses he assembled, says assembled, but it's from the calling together, to bringing it together, right? And Moses gathered. This is the English. Now in the English, KJV says gathered. Now, because we're reading the Chumash translation with the Hebrew, we see there they translate it as Moses assembled. Here we have, and Moses gathered. So somebody here say assembled. They say, whoa. It says gathered. Or the assembling, the gathering. We look at the Hebrew, right? The Hebrew, right? And the spirit, right? Not the letter, just the letter of the law, but the spirit of it, right? Both the gathering of all the congregation, all the aggregation, right? And also assembling, the assembly, when we say the assembling, the assembly, right? To assemble, assembly of I and I, even here on the ear and in the iris. So that is the church. The church is not merely a building, even though they're being called forward, right, to give and to build. Right, to build Ha-Mishkan, the tabernacle, Ha-Mikdash, the Mekdes, right, and then we will have the Beit HaMekdes, like Solomon, in the time of Shlomo Solomon, right, Nugu Solomon, Shlomo HaMelech, right, and even later on in the rebuilding of the temple, which they call the Temple of Solomon, but actually the Temple of Herod, within the 1st century time, within that incarnation time of Ha-Moshiach, Yeshua HaNatzri, Yeshua of Nazareth. So the church is not merely a building. So the church is already gathering together. When Moses called the congregation, the aggregation, this word iddat, right? The iddat in the Hebrew is the witness, the iddat, to witness. Yes, I and I, to testify, the iddat. We have in the Royal Amharic, machiver, the machiver. And from the chevere, where we have chabrim, even the chabrim in the Hebrew, in the Ethiopic, we have the chevere, the chibret, and the machiver. As we noted, the lion of the tribe of Yehuda, when we say society, that is the machiver, which can be translated society, association, assembly, also as in the scriptural, right, sense as church, right, the machiver, or in the sense that we have it right here as the congregation, the aggregation. And Moses gathered. He called church of all of the society. Get this, the society, the iddat, the testimony, the association, the aggregation of the B'nai Yisrael. Are ye not as the children of the Ethiopians unto me? O children of Yisrael, O B'nai Yisrael, O sons of Israel. So there we have the prophetic word right there, Amos 9 and 7, right there. Teaching of His Majesty right here. The church is not merely a building. The church, that gathering, right, that assembly, is the what? Faithful fulfillment. Faithful. And this is a faith, but faithful. Because it can't spill, it can't overflow until it's full. The faithful fulfillment of the Christian life, the liberty of His Divine Majesty, the Christian life, the word Christian, right? Christian, Meshahawian, the anointed, Messiahites, the Messiahite life, and its requirements. What are the requirements? Thus, like this, as the name Sim, right? The Shem, we say the Hashem, the name, but here we have the name, as the name applies to the buildings, and they do apply to the buildings, the structures, that's the place, the Mishkan, the Mikdash, the sanctuary, the tabernacle, the chapel. As it applies to the building, so is our heart. The sanctuary of the heart. In the previous Torah portion, reading feeling, Teruma. Now here, it connects with Teruma here, because after the Akari, the fuckery of the golden calf, the Egal Masecha of Masecha, right, the Egal, right, after the golden calf, Akari, and after the forgiveness and the renewal, remember with the renewal, the covenant was broken, so we have in the old covenant, right, a broken covenant and a renewing, even the new covenant in the old covenant scriptures right here. So now after all of that, now they are to receive the instructions that we have already read in the past 2-3 Torah portion reading and feedings, picking up with teruma, the offerings, the contributions. It's better to what give than to receive. And when we do give, we will receive. All right? Amen. Amen. So this is the liberty of His Majesty. So our hearts, the church, in which Ha-Elohim, the true good, the true God, the true Trinity, the Holy Trinity is, the Hebrew Trinity dwells. The dwelling, that dwelling place, Madaria, right? That Mishkan, the Madaria. After our blameless Creator was sent to this world by His Father. That's the key. Right? Because through the Word made flesh. So the teaching of His Majesty, after our blameless Creator, who is, according to the teaching of His Divine Majesty, Karamawi, Haile Selassie, who is our blameless Creator? He says, after our blameless Creator was sent to this world by His Father, our Father, His Elohim, our Elohim, then the hearts of all Amanyot, Mitminan, the faithful, become the temple, the temple, to say the Heikar, the temple of Ha-Elohim, of Exeavia, of the sustain of the good, the generous of Father. The love of Exeavia cannot be fathomed by a series of questions and answers. And man's soul cannot experience deeper enrichment as a result. And Naminalen, we Amen, Naamin, 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 Amen. That humanity at all times, at all hours, be bound by His love, the chesed, sikah, His love and grace and chaim, the chaim, right, the chaim, right, that chaim, the grace, right, the grace, the tzedakah, grace and truth, 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 and truth. Truth, 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 truth,
Yes. Ereb Tov, good evening, brothers and sisters and brothers, Yeshua, Shalom, Shavua Tov, here we come to the last reading. Now that was a review from the previous, right, which usually is a double portion, right? Usually we have like a double portion for Wayakahel, and he gathered the congregation to give them the instructions for the construction of the tabernacle, also concerning the giving of the Bnei Yisrael, post forgiveness, right? Post forgiveness for the sin, the crime, the chet ha'egel, the sin of the calf, right? That's often falsely called the golden calf, but scripturally known as the molten calf. So after that forgiveness, that corresponds to the time that later on would come to be known as a Yom HaKippurim, when the people were assembled, previous Torah reading and feeding, which is part of a double portion. So usually we read it together. So this one here, 23rd, is the last. The previous was the next to last. But often in most shanas, in most years, most cycles of the biblical, the Hebraic scientifically speaking, the lunar solar calculations according to the instructions in the tribe, usually they are read together, 22nd, 23rd. So that was a review right there from the Kahal. The Kahal, Wayakahel, and he churched and he gathered the witnesses, the aggregation, the sons of Yisrael, and he gave them the direct instructions that over the previous, prior to 3 Torah reading and feedings, we have gone over within the Torah. We've gotten the kind of a kind of a mountainside, a mountainside view with Moshe, right? While the people they didn't hear anything. Basically, they were to wait. I guess we can also learn something about waiting. It says, "Wait on the Lord, wait on Yahweh," right? Because they waited, but they didn't fully wait. And then we get to Exodus chapter 32, where the crime occurred. We have a judgment there. We even get to see the separation of the tribe of Levi, right? Lewi. Interesting, we've touched on Lewi in the Hebrew, Levi. Lewi means to join. Now, I remember when Moshe, he came down and he saw what went on, and, he broke the tablets, and he stood in the gate. Interesting that he stood in the gate. He didn't enter in. He saw what was going on in the camp, but he stood in the gate and he said, "Who is on Yahweh's side?" Right? Who is on Yahweh, on Jehovah's side? So now, and you would expect that everybody would, like if Moshe was to come to us, or Yeshua, you know what I mean? That prophet and the greater fulfillment comes to us and say, "Who is on Yahweh's side?" We would think that we all would be like, yeah, we all would say something. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we all are. But it was only Lewim, the tribe of, the Mate, right? The Mate Lewi, right? The tribe of Levi that responded. Now, check this out. Now, we read in English, we see Levi. But when we look at it from the Hebrew perspective, understanding words and roots, Lewi means to join. So only Lewi joined themselves. Isn't that interesting? Only Lewi joined themselves, right, to Yahweh according to Moshe's call. So Moses, now think about this. We get the sense of ecclesia as we was touching on kahal. So kahal means to gather, assemble, but also in this kind of a new covenant sense with the words that we use nowadays of church in the new covenant sense. Even Stephen, as we mentioned in chapter 7 of Acts of the Apostles, he's explicit. He says the church in the wilderness, right? And then we get to see in the Hebrew the same root word in the 22nd sabbatical study, wayakahel, that some say wayachel, modern Hebrew wayachel, right? More Afro or African Shemitic, African Shemitic pointing, right? Wayakahel, wayakahel, from the kahal root, means to gather, right? To gather, the gathering, to church, the church. Now, when Moshe stood back in Exodus chapter 32, when he stood in the gate, when he saw the folly, the sin, the uckery that was going on, right? After smashing the tablets, he said, "Who is on Yahweh's side?" And only who joined his side. Now remember, Moses calling out, right? The kara in the Hebrew kara. In the Greek, we have the word kalio. Now think about it in English. We say to call, right? I call you, Kalio. I'm gonna call you, Kalio, right? The Kalio sense. And then for the church word in the Koine Greek, right, of the Brit Chadash, right? Our evidence there is ekkalio. This is where we get the word like ecclesia, right? Julio, or that was Inglacia, but ecclesia, right? We have ecclesia. And then we also have other words in English today like ecclesiastical or ecclesiastics, the book, in the scripture, ecclesiastics, the sense of calling out. So Moshe, when he stood in the gate, he called out. He was calling out to see who would be called out. In a sense, even when he stood in the gate, he was saying, who is really a part of the church, right? Who is part of the called out? Because he asked the question, who is on Yahweh's side? But it was only the tribe of Lewi that responded. So of course there's a judgment of the calf, but now as we go further, we get to see that not the rank and file Israelites, right, have business. The only business the rank and file Israelites have to do is to come to the tent of meeting, the place, the appointed place where Yahweh sets his name, at the appointed times, right, to keep their appointments. And then as we go further into the next book, as we get into the next book, coming up, Hebraically that's called Wayikra, Wayikra, Wayikra. Right? Wayikra. I had to pause for a moment. I'm like, wow. See how these things, okay. Wayikra is what you call Leviticus, right? Or what's called Leviticus. It comes from the Hebrew wa and yikra. Yikra. Wa yikra. Modern Hebrew, they'll say Vayikra. So you hear modern Hebrew Vayikra, right? Wayikra. But notice the word kara. Kara, literally in Hebrew, means to call out, to summon someone, or to call upon someone by name, right? It has a sense of like to accost, like if you're accosting someone, like to call them by name or you calling them out. It can also Hebraically mean to read and to recite. So it's a very interesting word, right? Based on its context, right? So we get the called out. So the basic functional idea, of the word church, if you want to know the truth, right? And don't get caught up on, all the pseudo isms, right? Then church basically means the called out, right? Who are called out, right? And mainly emphasizing those who respond to the out calling, right? Being called out, right? Either called out to meet, called out to gather, called out to assemble. And when we look at the root sense of the word, right, it applies in some interesting ways, right? It can apply to, for example, not just for religious reasons or really just or holy reasons, but it can also apply, to other forms of business, like for the community, when the community has a situation, so everyone's called out. It's almost like being in a community and they have like a community meeting, right? To discuss policies or things going on in the community, right? Or for holy purposes. Okay, let's also define the word holy. We hear the word holy when we're reading the Bible. We come across words like sanctified in translation. We come across words like holy in translation. We come across words like even consecrated. I think there's a couple of other words too. Oh, hallow. And like in the old 17th century English, we get this word hallow. Like it says, hallow be thy name. But now in the Hebrew, right, in the majority, I would say almost all instances, right, it's the same root word, the kadash. Kadash. Not quadash. It's not quadash, right? As some, because of English. English has corrupted some of the Hebrew Israelites' understanding, of the ancient biblical, Hebrew. Because in English, whenever we have a Q, not whenever, but the majority of times, going to do a whole vlog on this, but in the majority of cases that we have the letter Q in Hebrew, it's often followed by a U. Have you noticed that in English, whenever in the majority, I don't want to say like it's all like, you know what I mean? But to be more accurate, in the great majority of cases in the English language, right? When we find a word that begins with a Q, a so-called English word, sometimes loan words that come in, from other languages, sometimes will still be, they may have it as a Q. Like, for example, nowadays, the word Kabbalah, right, is more properly spelled in English with a Q, right? So would it not be Quabala, right? But if you notice, they also sometimes use K. So in some cases, if you look up Kadosh, you might see some transliterators spell it with a K. But we call that special K. It's a Q sound, right? But the word Kadash basically means to set apart, right? Something that is set apart or something that is separated for a particular use. Now, for us, the word kadash, right, means that which is separated or set apart for Yahweh's use or Yahweh's service, or to he who be, or that he is set apart, right? He is separate. You know what I mean? He is set apart. He is kadosh, and we are called to be set apart. So even in the Our Father prayer, right? Abinu Sheba Shemayim. Our Father, Abinu Sheba, right? Who is in Shemayim, who is in the heavens. Abinu, or some would say Avinu Sheba Shemayim, Abinu. Now in the Ge'ez, it's interesting to show the relation of the biblical Hebrew to the ancient Ethiopic Ge'ez. In the Ge'ez, we would say Abuneh, our Ab, our Abu, our Ab, Abune. In the Hebrew, you know what I mean? You know, Abinu, right? Abinu. Ab of Anu, of us, is our Father. So it says that hallowed, or he said, hallowed be thy name, set apart. You know, set apart be thy name. So when you come across some words in like English, you know, sometimes we see the word holy, we see the word sanctified, you know, and we see the word hallow. And then we're trying to figure out from an English perspective or what these words mean. So we might look up the word holy, right? And give a definition. We look up the word consecrated in English, we get a definition. We look up the word sanctified, we get a definition. We look up the word hallowed, and we get a definition. And if we really study, we might be able to, with the spirit of truth, see that basically it's just synonyms of one idea, but sometimes that can get confusing. But from a Hebrew perspective, it becomes clear, you know, that translators translated according to their best ability and according to what they thought their audience, you know, would best understand. But of course, we're not in the 17th century no more. We don't really speak 17th century English. Yet the King James Version of the Bible, right, is a good study tool. All right, let me point it out like that. We're not saying that it is accurate, and we've already shown and proven that from a 21st century. See, we're in the 21st century, right? So we're not dismissing the KJV, but for the disciples, we're putting it into study purpose and study context. You know what I mean? So that we can get a good standing, you know, a good groundation, right, in the standing ground. Awo? Awo.
Selassie is a Lord, no. True courage in the standing ground is how you live it in the standing ground. Fox with canary fed up on them mouth. Some things we consider and sit out. Should have not gone there. What can I am seeing there? Many ones have been there. Run go assume and get them feelings bound to cinder. When a decision need true courage in the planting round. True courage in the standard of the ground. If you push your principle to reach stand down, and push your principle out of bounds, and push your reason out of bounds. Keep cool, yeah. Meditate and counsel in the how to calm down. From it reach drastic and done moving around. Work on diplomatic when things fall out. Selassie is the mission in sound. Yeah, true courage in the standing ground. See it, me say, don't go make the principle tamper my sound. Ignorance what you the keep my heart hold down. Selassie, I is suffering in an eminence. Now see the system what they shook in the bounds. Tell them, try tell the Rasta man smoke them come down. Eyes is to the Lord, it on a garden sound. Rasta be in work with locks and bolt. Well tell them rap cause it's the Rasta man report. The 4th of July, the Alamo was a 4th. 45 the spirit party, deep bring report. And if Baba in Africa for the jewels of source, Selassie is the rightful heir of course. True courage in the standing ground. True courage in the bearing ground. True courage in the planting ground. Then should this requirement be known and known. Know it in the marrow of the bone. Build a firm one. Don't set the spirit like revolving door. In the songs of Solomon, the story is told. If she is a wild, then the palace is for sure. Check for yourself and no more. Yeah, see it, the fascists with the losers are sore. Make the principle down by my son. Ignorance not truth, they keep our heart hold down. Still I see how you suffering in our eminence houses. This is your mouth and shook it on the bones. Oh, bless I praise Rastafari. Oh, bless I sing Rastafari. I saw it from the medigas and see later picture in everything I hustle now for survival. Yeah, in this time, still I see I the judge could never be spirit confined. Same end result when the blind lead the blind. Courage to be firm and to whole lifetime. If Jah willing and if Jah provide. For strength of a life, eat to management of heart all the time, same time. Oh. True courage in your planting ground. True courage in your standing ground. True courage in the standing ground. Still I see I be praising word and song.
Yes, 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 yes. Standing ground. Brother Vaughn Benjamin right there. Beautiful horns right there. Sound like the shofar, the horns right there. And also the words, right? Pointing to the words, the words of scripture and how they relate to the walk, to the way, to liberty. I'd like to share, I mentioned before, because, may he as well as all the righteous, who have gone to sleep, the righteous go to sleep, the righteous don't, die. Right? The righteous who are the righteous in Yeshua HaMoshiach, in Jesus Christos, they do not die according to the word of the way, the truth, and the life of the King of Kings Christ. And so in the Mourner's Kaddish, the Mourner's Kaddish, I would like to share a little bit of the Mourner's Kaddish just to make ones and ones get a hear. Of course, here, we are sealing up the second book, right? The second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Exodus, right? And here we're sealing up with Pekudei, right? Pekudei. Now, Pekudei or Fikudei from Fakad, right? It's a very interesting word, but here it is brought out in translation as the sum, right? The sum of the tabernacle. So at this point, we're like 5 Torah portions in, right? There's 5 Torah portions here at this point right here, coming to the seal of the second book of Moshe that have been basically concerned, right? Have been basically concerned with the tabernacle, right? And the instructions, right? For the construction of the tabernacle, right? I'd like to, share this one right here. Yeah, here we go. Right. Okay, give me one moment. I want to bring it out right here, and share this right here. A little bit on the Mourner's Kaddish, that's often said, and in particular, it's like a word for those of our family and those of our friends and those mainly who have been in the walk and the way of the truth, Judaically, Hebraically, and of course in the King of Kings Christ and the Moshiach, Yeshua HaMoshiach, who have passed away. It's like a memorial service, right? And one thing I found it to be interesting, Judaically, Hebraically, also within certain Orthodox, the true church and the professing church, the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, and some of the sister Orthodox churches, is the similarity of the pattern as we have with the tabernacle, where Yahweh says, see that you do all things, according to the pattern, and in the pattern recognition, there are portions of the service where there are certain word sounds, and you begin to, as we grow, we begin to recognize, oh, that's why that's there, and I've often observed others, like even from the Roman Catholic and Christianity. I'm just making a general comparison here, where they will say, like, have a mass. Like sometimes one would ask if at the mass, if you can make mention, of my loved one, of one who has passed, or ones and ones, would have their own private moment, to say a prayer and also to strengthen themselves, because after the passing of our loved ones, it's a very, difficult, It's very challenging. You know what I mean? Sometimes moving forward, but we have to keep on pushing. You know what I mean? In the way, the truth, and the life. Stand by, stand by. We're coming forward with it. All right. Oh.
Just keep on pushing, yeah, brothers and sisters, I say, keep on moving, yeah. There's not so much understanding, but it doesn't mean that we must remain fools. Too long we have been subjects, a little too late. Black brothers, open your mind and just don't let them leave us behind. You can stop right now and tell your brother apart. It's the only decent thing to do. 'Cause the main thing in life is to surrender your heart. Let's live as one people. Well, Lord, the road may be rough, but we can't afford to stop now. No. Just keep on pushing. Yeah, brothers and sisters, I say right now, just keep on moving. Well, Lord knows we've been slaving a very long time, but feet can move mountains, so we can change the face of the earth. Well, all we have to do is break the shackles in our minds and leave the mental slavery behind. 'Cause I see in the near future a promised land for you and for me right now. Yeah. Keep on pushing. Hey, brother and sister, keep on pushing. Yeah. Brothers and sisters, open up your mind. Just a little bit understanding. Yeah, right now. 'Cause there's not so much understanding, but it doesn't mean that we must remain fools. No. Too long we've been subjects, a little too that they use and refuse. Yeah. Black brothers, open your mind and don't let them leave us behind. No, you can stop right now till your brother party. It's the only decent thing to do. 'Cause the main thing in life is to just surrender your heart. Let's live as one people. Well. 'Cause black brothers and sisters, just open up your mind. I say live right, unity and love. Hey, justice, peace in our mind. There's not so much understanding, but it doesn't mean that we must remain fools. Too long we've been subjects, a little tool that they use and refuse. But black brother, they open your mind and don't let them leave us behind. You can start right now and tell your brother harder. It's the only decent thing to do.
Yes, 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 yes. Classic, classic. Cornell Campbell, right there in the Curtis Mayfield. He has that Curtis Mayfield voice right there. Cornell Campbell with Keep on pushing. It's interesting. With the slides right there, it says keep pushing to the top of the ladder. And then I don't know if you saw on the screen right there. That kind of Jacob ladder, perspective. But here on the screen there, we have an Ethiopian, a beautiful painting. I've seen this some years, oh no, actually some decades, maybe about almost 2 decades ago, so this particular picture, and I think it was an Ethiopian restaurant, and then I found a copy of it. I think this is, well, I don't want to name the artist right here, but it seems similar to Afrowork Tekla in the Afrowork Tekla style. That was the artist of the Addis Zemen, right? Of the New Age, the artist of, the visitation of the King of Kings, Yes, that temporary manifestation, of the Messianic kingdom. According to the book of Enoch, we could touch on that as well. But right here, want to touch on this here. This is from the back of the Siddur. Siddur is like the Yehudi, Judaic, like kind of a prayer book, right? It's like the liturgy book, the prayer book, with the the different prayers, that are drawn from the scripture, according to the ancient trad, going all the way back to the time of Ezra and Nehemiah, where we get like the Torah reading and feedings from that time. Also, the Great Assembly from that time. Later on, the Great Assembly, we get to see the later version of it in the New Testament, right? In the Sanhedrin, the Great Assembly. But anyway, be that as it may, we could touch on that a little bit more. But here, this is called the memorial service. It's often referred to as the memorial service for the dead. But you know what is interesting right here? Neshamot. Zakarot, Zikrot, right? Zakarot, Neshamot. It actually, though it's in the English, it says the memorial service, the memorial of departed souls, right? Some simply say the memorial service for the dead, right? But in the Hebrew column, there's nothing about dead right there, right? It basically is like the memorial for the neshamot. Now, remember when Yahweh, when he breathes the breath, he breathed the breath, right, of life into man in Bereshit, Genesis chapter 2, and man became a living soul, according to translation. Well, the breath is the neshama. Often Judaically, the neshama sometimes is regarded as like the soul, or even the second soul, a second soul. People say, what's the second soul? Well, because one of the key things, even on Shabbat time, is to rest and refresh. But the idea actually is to take a breath, right? So that sense of linking the spirit, the nefesh, right, with the neshama, from the breathing aspect, the breath, as it says, from our very first breath, as it were, to our very last breath. Oh, just a little note right here. There is an ancient tribe, like, for martyrs, those who are being martyred, like, in various periods of time, one to know that they are, say, laying down their life, as many have laid down their life to sanctify, to set apart the name, right? And the King of Kings Christ, our Rabbi Yeshua HaMoshiach, the Rabbi of Rabbis, given that greatest, that greatest example, right, of setting apart the name. In other words, those who are martyred were often thought of to be those who they laid down their life, to sanctify the name. You know what I mean? And usually, if one is conscious of that, it's often said, the Shema, for some who know that time is near. The Shema is often the very last word, Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad. You know what I mean? Hear, O Israel, he who be, our Elohim is one. So even at that last breath, if one is able to be conscious of it, to say, hear and obey, O Israel, right? And acknowledging that Yahweh is one. So just the whole point, I'm just zooming in on the fact that here before me in the English column, it says the memorial service for the dead, the section, and then the title of this page says the memorial of departed souls. But then on the other side, Hazakarot Neshamot, it basically says like memorial for, literally it'll be for the breaths, like the breaths, i.e. for the souls and those departed, those who have their neshamot has gone forward. So here, come focus on the English section so that ones can at least get a hear of it, right? And hopefully we can build on it a little bit more. So here it says, it is customary to make mention of the souls of departed parents, etc. Parents, children, relations. Often it was of parents. Something that His Majesty said, both, I think, at the passing of his daughter, Tanyani Work, right? And also when John Fitzgerald Kennedy, JFK, right? When he had came forward for the funeral and the passing of JFK. It's interesting because he had last seen JFK, I think, within the period of less than 40 days before, right? He had visited JFK, 40 days, no more than 2 months, right? Before, and then he returned again. And then I remember there's a testimony when he spoke to, I think, JFK's mother, you know, and she was suffering, what I mean, the loss of her son, especially, under such circumstances, but just for the fact that, the loss of anyone's loved ones, just not to get into the quality or to judge the character so much of the person, to take on the role of God and Christ at this point, if it's not given to us, but just to understand the human condition, what I mean? So that hopefully when we experience the same human condition, we may receive, humanity or divinity in our humanity as well. But he said, if I'm correct, he said that it's a crime, against nature. I've heard that, like for parents to have to bury their children, but yet this has happened and still sadly continues to happen even in these perilous times, even these last days, but we still must push forward, to the new day and push forward in the way, but here it says it is customary to make mention of the souls of departed parents, and it says etc. Right? The etc. there is because usually it was of departed parents, children burying their parents, right? But this may be also extended, for others in the family, and the mishpacha relationship. And usually this is done on the day of the atonement, right? And the ultimate days of the three festivals, the ultimate days, or the ultimate day, like usually the first and last days of the feasts and the festivals, the three feasts and festivals, right? The ultimate day is also a Shabbat day, it's like a high holy day. But here it says for the Father, right? For the Father, right? For the Father. It says, may Elohim remember the soul, right? Zikor Elohim Nishamat, right? The key three words, Yizkor, may he remember, may he call to mind, right? May he remember, Yizkor Elohim, may Elohim, the creator, the judge, the creator, remember, nishmat. Nishmat to say it's like the soul of, right? So in this case right here, we would say right here, Yizkor Elohim nishmat abi, right? Abi mori, right? Abi mori. May Elohim remember the soul of our honored father. And at that point, the name, would be mentioned. Usually the name and the son of, or, for the father, and for mother, the daughter of, who is gone to his repose. For that, I now solemnly offer charity. Now, charity is tzedakah. Tzedakah also is translated as righteousness in the King James Version and elsewhere. And tzedakah from tzedek, to be righteous or just. Why is charity called tzedakah? Because true charity is righteous giving, right choice giving. I now solemnly offer tzedakah, righteous giving, right? Righteousness and righteous giving for his sake, right? In reward of this, may his soul enjoy eternal rest with the souls of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, Sarah, Rivka, Rebecca, Rachel, Rachel, and Leah, and the rest of the righteous males and females that are in paradise. My Sheb began Aden. Literally in the Hebrew, it's that are in the She, those who are, Be in Gan, the Garden of Aden, the Garden of Eden, the Garden of Delight. And then the conclusion is with nomar or vid nomar, let us say with and nomar. May we say with nomar, vid nomar, amen. May we say amen. So after the reading of it, that is said, and the congregation, saying amen. I and I admit, I and I trust, I and I credit, I and I admit as true. For the mother, here for the mother, right? Yizkor Elohim nishmata imi morati, right? Here bringing out the translation. Here bringing out the translation. May Elohim remember the soul of my honored, mother, and then the name, first name, daughter of, usually would be the first name, daughter, son of father's name, daughter of the father's name, usually, who is gone to her repose, that I now solemnly offer charity, tzedakah, righteous giving for her sake. In reward of this, may her soul enjoy eternal life with the souls of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, Sarah, Rivka, Rachel, with Leah, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, and the rest of the righteous males and females that are in paradise. She began Aden. With Nomar, Amen. Let us say Amen. Right? And then we have also right here for grandfathers, right? Grandfathers, grandparents, it says right here, Yizkor Elohim nishmot abiya we imi we kenai uza kanotai. It says, may Elohim remember, the creator, the judge, remember the souls. Here is nishmot. Before it was nishmat, singular. Here in the plural sense, nishmot, right? The souls of Abiya wa Imi, right? Of my father and my mother, Zik and I, my grandfathers, Uazik and Notai, and my grandmothers, Dodai, my uncles, with Dodotai, my aunts, Achai, my brothers, with Yotai, my sisters, whether paternal or maternal, who are gone to their rest. For that, I now solemnly offer tzedakah, righteous giving, righteousness for their sake. In reward of this, may their souls enjoy eternal life with the souls of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, Sarah, Rivka, Rachel, and Leah, and the rest of the righteous males and females, She began Aden, that are in paradise, in the Garden of Eden, with Nomar, Amen. And then lastly, but not leastly, there's this that is said, right? And this is said for those who sacrifice their lives. Those who sacrifice their lives. Allah Kedosha Hashem, right? Those who sacrifice their lives for Elohim, for God, for the Creator's sake. In the Hebrew, it's more Allah Kedosha Hashem is more for like the sanctity, for setting apart, for making holy, keeping separate, making holy. Let's say hallowing the name, making holy the name. Here. It says Yizkor Elohim Nishmat. Right? May Elohim remember the soul, to say like the breath, the soul, right? Of, and then one might put whoever's name is being mentioned here. And the souls of all my relatives, both male and female, whether paternal or maternal, whether they have been killed, slain, slaughtered, burnt, drowned, or strangled, for the sanctification of the Hashem, the holy name. For that I offer tzedakah, for the memorial of their souls. In reward of this, may their souls enjoy eternal life. With the souls of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Sarah, Rebekah, Rachel, and Leah, and the rest of the righteous males and females that are in paradise, Shebegan Aden, with Nomar Amen, with Nomar Amen. And may their memories be ever blessed. Here, just to kind of keep it pushing right here. Here's Rima, ever bless, ever bless.
Yeah, oh, most I guide the way. So here you know, nothing ever easy about this. And dark days are gonna make you doubt it. Yeah, that's when your light shine the brightest. So here you know, even though the journey rough, we never worry. In the tough times when most of them are scurry, we still a stand up when heap of them a gang up. If you know you're blessed, me need see every hand up. Cause every test that me passing through prepare me for the next phase me walking through. I know that if we believe it, yeah, we can achieve, just as long as we walk with you. Cause when me trotting on this long road, must I carry my load. When I got far from my home, was I still in a control? Everything, ever blessed. I know everything, ever blessed. Love protect, guidance and protection from every direction. Shuffle up the order when you know it need correction. Never leave me side, stand by me like me right and brighten up the nights and can't give up the fight, man. Cause when the things get heavy, that's when the most I make me feet them steady. Keep me focused when me feel me never ready. Thankful we never yet see the cemetery. Cause when me trotting on this long road, must I carry my load. When I got far from my home, was I still in a control? Everything, ever blessed. I know everything, ever blessed. Love protect. Restore your meds, enough life from telly. Positive action, them bad vibes they bury. Lead a good life, make a good choice. Know you never starve, no food fi fill your belly. And one fill the basket. Never make nobody tell you that you can't get. And even when life make you change your plans, never stress, cause what no kill you, go and make you strong. Cause when me trotting on this long road, must I carry my load. When I got far from my I know that if we believe it, yeah, we can achieve, just as long as we walk with you. Cause when me trotting on this long road, was I carry my load? When I got far from my home, was I still in a control? Everything ever blessed, so everything ever blessed. Love protect.
Yes. A beautiful Rhema tune right there. Rima, check out the sister, check out her work, support her works right there. Beautiful music, uplifting. Hopefully this was uplifting for the eye. Ever blessed right there. Here. Let's segue. But there's some more to reason on, yeah. In the fullness of the way, the truth, and the life of the King of Kings Christ. But here we're picking up with the last reading here in the second book. Shalom, Chaverim, Shalom, Talmudim. Greetings, brothers and sisters. Yeshua, Shalom. Give thanks, for here, attending the, we can say the gathering here on the ear and in the eye right here. So here. Here we have the sum, the summary. All right. Can't serve God and mammon. But can we serve God with our mammon? No, our mammon, our material and possessions. Can we serve? This is what also is brought forward here in this Torah reading and feeding, right? What's brought forward right here is not serving, the material things, and trying to serve the ever-living King, Elohim, the Creator, but serving Him with that which we have. Right, with that which we have. And this is a beautiful example here in the Torah reading and feeding. I mean, even with the tragedy of the Egel Masekah, or the molten calf, that's falsely called the golden calf. But here we come to the summary here. Here we have Pekudei. Here, first words. Check this out.
And here, Shema Yisrael, here, Gevir, or Yisrael, here, for the 23rd sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong for Pekudei, the account here, picking up with the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called and known as Exodus, here from the Sefer Shemot, the book of names, here picking up with Exodus chapter 38, here at verse 21 for the 23rd sabbatical study here for this Shabbat Pekudei, Sabbath the sum, Sabbath the accounts. Here, Hebrew first words right here for this 23rd Rastafari sabbatical study here for this Shabbat strong. Exodus chapter 38, verse 21, here for the last Torah portion here in the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book, the Sefer Shemot, Hebrew first words right here. Eile Pekudei ha-mishkana ha-edut asher pukada al-pi Moshe evadata ha-luim biyada Itamar ben Aharon ha-kohen. This is the sum. Eile Pekudei, these Pekudei, the sum, the accounts. Eile Pekudei, ha-mishkan, this is the sum of the tabernacle, even of the tabernacle of testimony, as it was counted according to the commandment of Moses, of Moshe, for the service of the Levites by the hand of Ithamar, son to Aaron the priest. Eile Fikudei HaMishkan Mishkan Ha'edut Asher Pukada Alpi Moshe Ivadata Haluim Biyada Itamar Ben Aharon HaKohen. These are the accounts. Eile, these, Fikudei, the accounts, the sum, Fikudei, Eile, Fikudei, Ha-Mishkan, these are the counts of the Mishkan. Eile, Fikudei, Ha-Mishkan, Mishkan Ha-Edut. Even the tabernacle, the Mishkan, the dwelling, Ha-edut, of the edut, Ha-edut, of the testimony, Eile Fikudei HaMishkan, Mishkan, Ha-edut, Asher Pukad Alpi Moshe, as they were rendered, Asher Pukad Alpi Moshe, according to the, upon the, be, the mouth, alpi, alfi, Moshe, according to the commandment, according to the mouth, alpi, Moshe, according to the mouth of Moses, the commandment of Moses, alpi, Moshe, evodat, Haluim, through the service of the Elohim, the Levites, biyad Itamar, by the yad, by the hand of Itamar, the son of Aaron, the priest, Ben Aharon ha-Kohen. Here, to fulfill the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Exodus. We have this 23rd sabbatical study, this Shabbat strong for Shabbat Pekudei, Sabbath, Fekudei, for Shabbat, Fekudei, Sabbath, the sum, Sabbath, the accounts.
Yes. So the first words right there, they're there. Now, here we have the evening song. We haven't touched on it yet, but hopefully the Talmudim, fellow disciples, Psalm, here we have 48, standing Psalm, the evening Psalm, Psalm 48, but the daily Psalm here, Psalm 47. Love how that goes right here. We're not ready for that just yet. But soon. We're going to touch on this right here for a moment right here. But just to show how we have the evening psalm, when the evening psalms and the daily psalms, and they kind of correspond right here. So we have the evening psalm, right? Psalm 48, right? And here in the season, according to the royal order, we have the daily psalm, Psalm 47. We're going to touch on hopefully both of those right there as they are a pair, right? And with the theme and the message, they share. But pick up right here with Pekudei, right? Fikudei, right? The Fe in Hebrew, it has like a dual, representation within the ancient and even modern Hebrew, right? So here, this is known as Pekudei, right? So it's from the word Pakad. Pakad is a very interesting word. Right. Oh. Let's bring this on the screen. Chavrin. There we go. Pakad. Right. So here we're in this verse here. We pick up here with the last reading here in the first book of Moses, called Exodus, but from the Hebrew perspective. So we have our Gentile perspective, the world, the Gentile. Right. We can say Western Gentile. The Christian perspective is Exodus. Right. But the Hebrew perspective, the second book is the Sefer Shemot. It's the book of the names. Right. So when you start to look at it from like the Hebrew perspective, there's certain things that are there in the English, but you quite don't get, right? Because of false translation. When we say false translation from a 21st century perspective, perhaps in the 17th century, that was the best they could do. I'll leave that judgment. Right. But here, what we like to share is these kind of updates. So here in Exodus chapter 38, verse 21, you see what it says. This is the sum of the tabernacle even of the tabernacle of testimony, as it was counted according to the commandment of Moses. Then it says the service of the Levites by the hand of Ithamar, son to Aaron, the priest. It's interesting how the translation says son to Aaron, the priest, when actually the Hebrew says son of Aaron, the priest. But be that as it may, first word there. First word in the sentence, KJVY, says this. Right? I don't know if you picked up on it, but actually in the Hebrew, it's not. If it was this in Hebrew, it would have been zeh. If it's this, like speaking of something that is qualified as being masculine, it'll be zeh. Something that's qualified as being feminine, it'll be zot. Zeh or zot. Zeh, this he, zot, this she. But here it's ele. Right? It's not this, but it is actually ele. Ele is these. Ele, these. Right? These. Like these are. These, or it can be translated as those. Ele, these or those. Right? These or those. Right? So here it says these. So the KJV says this is the sum, sum like one singular thing. But actually in the Hebrew, right, it says Eile pikude, eile fikude, eile pikude. These are the sums, the summaries. Now, as I said, this is a very, very interesting word, right? Very interesting. Okay, let me give you a quick example. What is it? The H6485, right? H6485. H6485, right? 6485. The first use of this word in the scripture, you see it right there now, just to get at some of the sums of the things. See the different things there? Okay, here. So the first place we see this word pakad, fakad, right? The first place we see pakad, right? Now I'm laughing because we're in this world, not of this world, but in this world they have this thing called the Star Trek, Captain Picard, right? But that's actually a whole different word there. But that just came to mind there. Slicha, forgive me. But here in Bereshit, in Genesis chapter 21, right? In Genesis chapter 21, verse 1, what does it say? It says, and Yahweh, right, or the Lord, Yahweh Adonai visited Sarah as he had said. And Yahweh and Adonai did to Sarah, not unto. Because mean not. Unto means really not to. But, from a 21st century perspective. And Yahweh did to Sarah, as he had spoken. You see the word visited? Is that interesting? So here we have Pikude, right, as the sum, or more directly, Pikude HaMishkan. In other words, the sums of the dwelling place, the sums of the sanctuary. More correctly, the sums of the sanctuary. If we keep a consistency of words in translation, the accountings, the accounts. Now, one might ask the question, well, how can this word pakad, right? The key word, like to get a groundation with the key word for the Torah reading and feeding in the Shavua, right? For the strong, for the 7 days up to the Shabbat day. So here we have this Parsha, this Torah reading and feeding, Pikude, which properly translated would be the sums of, the accountings of, Pakad. So here BDB, Brown, Driver, and Briggs, right? Definition says to attend to. Pakad, what is pakad in Pikude? Pakad, to attend to muster, to number, right? To reckon. You see what this says? Visit. In this verse, Genesis 21:1, first book of Moshe's Torah, right? The Torah of Moshe, right? The first book, right? Here we have it, 21:1 of Genesis as visit. And Yahweh, he pakad Sarah. How did he pakad Sarah? Pakad. He visited. But this word also, you see the next word is to punish. What? To appoint. What? To look after, to care for. Let's get into some of the basics. The kal. Kal in the Hebrew is like light. Not light, like like luminary light, like sunlight, not like bright light. No, it's light, like not heavy. So this is like the primary kind of sense, like the groundation, the basic, right? The kal, right? The kal here is to pay attention to observe. Pakad, to pay attention to observe. Pakad, to attend to, right? Pakad, to seek, to look about for, right? Here, the fourth entry says to seek in vain, to need, to miss, to lack, right? We're going to seek to put it together, but these are all ways that this word can apply according to the context and according to the spirit. Not the letter, but the spirit of what's being said or what's being brought out. To visit, as we have here, to visit upon. You see what it says to punish, right? But it's to visit upon, but that visitation, I use this example before, but let me see if I can make the example, apply here. You know what I mean? And as simple as possible, so you can get this right here. You ever seen they call it secret boss or undercover boss? I think it's undercover boss or something like that, where like somebody has a business, right? And the employees don't really know who the owner is or the boss is really. So the boss kind of goes into the business as a regular employee, or he goes there and they don't know who he is. It's almost like when they used to have in some of the places that, in the world when I used to work in some jobs, they would have like the secret shopper, right? The secret shopper, like and I remember even in Kinko's and some of the copy stores where somebody would come in just as a regular customer, right? To see how the service, how one's service one. So they have like the undercover boss. So the idea of the word pakad in a sense of to visit, right? Or to visit upon. To visit upon is like the undercover boss, where the boss is coming to see how the business is going, just coming as a regular employee, and to see how, and he rewards, and then at the end, he or she would reward some, or they would punish others because they got to see as, if the boss came in as the boss, it'd be like, oh, you know what I mean? Oh. You know what I mean? Everybody going to be on the best P's and Q's, best behavior. But they come in as a regular employee, right? They can see who is really sincere. And for those who are sincere and righteous, they get, everyone get rewarded according as their work shall be, right? So this is the sense. This is one sense of the pakad where it can have a twofold sense. It's like the visit, right? But it's a visit to reward. You visit and you reward. Hey, yo, this is very good. Everything's going wow. Or you visit and say, what the, you know what I mean? Like, you punish. So the pass and review, this is the sense of passing and review. It's like we see even with the elect of God, the elect of Exhiabia, the elect of Elohim, with the King of Kings of Ethiopia, Kedamawi Haile Selassie, even when he stands like, and they have the soldiers. Remember when the army, the army would pass in procession, right? That originally was, for the king or the ruler, right, to see, how well organized and well prepared the soldiers are. So it would be like a review, like they have the soldiers pass by, they may have the military equipment pass by, and you review. They'll pass and review, or that's a sense of mustering, right? But it can also be to number as well, right? It can be used to number, right? And in the eighth entry of the kal, the basic root right here of pakad, to appoint, to assign, or to lay upon as a charge, like a charge, an order, or to deposit, right? So, right? So here is a sense of this right here, what it says down here, pass and review was called to miss, caused to miss. Like, okay, you're taking a roll call, right? And somebody's not there, they're missing, right? To be called, to be accounted for, right? They fail to be accounted for, you know what I mean? And the sense of this word can be to oversee, right? But then we have the sense of to commit or to entrust. So what we have to look at, right, from a Hebrew perspective is not just the letter, right? Yes, the letter is important, but moreover the spirit. See, it's the spirit of the Lord that gives us the real 7 vowels, right? Spiritually. That's why through the Holy Spirit, the gift of tongues, right? Because you can see the letters, right? They say there's no vowels. Well, do you have the spirit, right? A primitive root to visit. This is a primitive root word to visit. I think Strong's here brings this out best. You know what I mean? Some talk shade about Strong's, but I think it's a matter of whether you might know, but do you know how? right? But to visit, right, with friendly or hostile intent, right? So you can visit with friendly intent. Like if you come to visit, somebody say, I got it all ready for you, right? But you decide to come a little bit early, right? You say, okay, I'll come Friday, but you come Thursday. You know what I mean? And you say, that's what you said it was already. Oh, I was expecting you on Friday, but I asked you on Monday. You see what I'm saying? You're visiting, right? Then it's going to be less friendly, right? It's like, it's not going to be to reward in that sense. You see what I'm saying? So it can be to visit with friendly or to visit with hostile intent. By analogy, the analogy of this is to oversee, to muster, to charge, to care for in that sense. So when it says right here that Yahweh visited Sarah as he said, you know what I'm saying? And it says that Yahweh did to Sarah as he had spoken. Let's get one more example right here, right? Here we have in Genesis 39:4, right? The second place we have this root word pakad used in our 23rd sabbatical study here for Pekudei, right? And Joseph found grace. He found what? He found grace or chen. Not chen, but chen, right? Chen or chen, right? Chen is grace, chen, right? He found favor, grace, right? In his sight or in his eyes, right? Ein, his eyes. And he served him. And he did what? Right? Served him like as the minister service, right? And he made him overseer. You see what it says? Overseer, overseer. You see the sense of overseer, you know, right? Over his house. So like Joseph was the one that would go check on things, and reward. Okay, that's a good job. No, do this like this. I'll check up a little later on what you're doing. You know what I mean? Management sense, right? And all he had, he put into his hand. Now remember that hand in Hebrew, it's not always literal. It's hand, yes, literal, but it's in one's strength, in one's power. One of the most interesting verses that most would have heard before, that death and life is in the power of the tongue. But actually in the Hebrew, as well as the Amharic and the other African Shemitic languages, it says that death and life is in the hand. It actually reads as death and life. Maveta v'chayim b'yad lashon, in the yad, in the hand of the lashon, the hand of the tongue. Of course, the tongue doesn't have a hand, but hopefully you can receive the spirit, right? Genesis. So even the Hebrew language has allegorical aspects that are speaking about real things, but in an allegorical way. Check Genesis. That's why I call it the verbal hieroglyphs in a sense, Hebrew, right? Genesis 39:5, it says, and it came to pass from the time he had made him overseer in his house and over all that he had, that Yahweh had blessed the Egyptian's house, because Joseph was promoted, because the Mitzri saw in Joseph that good value, that Yahweh saw a good value in the Mitzri and blessed the Mitzri's house, the Tawian's house, the ancient Egyptian's house, the Egyptian house, for Joseph's sake, right? For Joseph's sake, Biglal, for the sake of Joseph. And the barak of Yahweh was upon all that he had in his house and in his field. Now, just a little bit more right here so you can just get the sense of this word, right? Genesis 40, it's going to come up again, right? Genesis 40:4, it says, and the captain of the guard charged. You see the charge? He pakad. He charged Joseph with them, right? Charged them, put them into his oversee, his responsibility, right? Right? And he served them, right? And they continued in season in ward, right? Then notice over here in 41:34, right? Make Pharaoh, make the great house do, and make him appoint officers over the land, and take up the fifth part, right, of the land of Mitzrayim in the 7 plenteous years. Make them overseers, officers, right? Notice right here. I want to show you this right here. You see what it says appoint? So appoint is our root word pakad, right? Right? Pakad, to tend, to muster, to number, to reckon, to visit, right? To punish. But this says officers. The officers in this sense, right, is pakid, right? Pakid, right? You can see how Pakid is from Pakad, right? A commissioner, a deputy, an officer, overseer, like a superintendent. Look at the senses this word applies. A superintendent, right? Super, that means like there's other intendants, like attendants, but this is the superintendent over civil, regarding civil matters, right? Regarding military matters, right? Or regarding really just. I strike religious. You can keep that if you want, but I say really just, what's really righteous, right? And this word, sometimes pakid, is translated as that or who had the charge, governor, office, overseer, or that which was set, just to get the sense of this. Now, notice this right here. I think this is like the last place here, one of the last places in Genesis. Let me see if we correct with that. Second to last place, right? Genesis 50 and 24. And Joseph said to his brethren, I die, and Elohim, the creator, Elohim Ha'ab, the Father, the creator, will surely visit you. Now, notice the word here, visit you, right? You see the word surely? Surely, the word surely can't be pakad. Why does it say surely visit you in that sense right there? Let's bring out the Hebrew so you can hear it, and we'll try to break down, English of the right here, here. He says, Wayomer Yosef, and Joseph said, Ella Echayo, to his his brothers. Anoki, I myself, Anoki, mate. I die. Anoki, mate. Welohim, and Elohim, Welohim, pakod, visiting, yifkod. So here's where the word pakad, right? Pakod, right? Visiting, yifkod, he will visit. Like visiting, he will visit. And visiting, it's like an intensive sense. It's like what if you say for real, you say for real, man, for real, you say for real, for real. For real, for real. You know how we do that in English, we repeat this word to emphasize. In the Hebrews, a similar sense. He says, well, Elohim, and Elohim, pakod, yifkod, right? Visiting, he will visit. Etikem, right? Pakod, right? Pakod, yifkod, etikem. Etikem is like saying like you off. I'm saying to all y'all, etikem, right? You off. Right. So just to kind of bring out that sense right there, right? And bring you out of this land, right? Let's go back here and bring you out of this land to the land that he swear, right? To the Hebrew patriarchal Trinity, Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. And then in verse 25 of Genesis 50, and Joseph took an oath. He took an oath, a Shabbat, right? Shabua, right? Of the Bnei Yisrael, of the sons of Israel, saying, Elohim, right? Pakod yifkod, right? Etikem. Elohim pakod yifkod etikem. Elohim will surely. So the surely part right there, that's how they translated it back in 17th century KJV. But the Hebrew of it is like, in visiting, he will visit. Visiting, he will visit. It's a emphatic to say for sure. It does has a sense of for sure, so we can understand why they did that. But for us here at 21st Century View, to get a clearer to whom more is given, more is required. And y'all shall carry up my bones from hence. Right? So it's interesting that, so what we often don't focus on is that when the children of Israel left Mitzrayim, they were carrying the coffin of Joseph. It was carrying the coffin. There's a backstory on it that the Egyptians the Mitzrayim didn't want to let go of Joseph's body. You know what I mean? And there was a little bit of a scuffle. Now, at the approximate time that we say that the Exodus occurred, it's interesting because some of the Egyptian rulers, their sarcophagus, some things are beat up in a strange way. And some say that there was a little bit of a struggle, right? A resistance. It's almost like with Bob Marley. Bob Marley, I Rastafari Joseph, it said that he had desired to be near, his father, our Godfather and King of Kings, right? And even Rita Marley, she mentioned that, on some occasion. And many of the, Jamaican people, the government, they was like, no. It's like almost like to hold the body like hostage, almost like the moment we got this, things might be good for us. That's what the Mitzrayim, no doubt, were also thinking, But the point is that when they left, Joseph made them swear an oath, a Shabua, right? Seven themselves, swear an oath that when Yahweh visits them, right, he surely will do this. And when he visits them, that they take, so trotting through the wilderness, think about it. They had, the body of Joseph, right? That was, in a sense, the first ark, right? The ark is the ark is a box, but that same kind of box is like a coffin. It reminds me of like in music, those who do reggae roots or even DJ, y'all know that there's usually what we call or used to call, I don't know if they still call it, we call it the coffin, where the turntables, the mixer, and other things are in there, or sometimes the crates, it's kind of long and sometimes it takes like maybe at least 3 or 4, to carry it. So just think about that as well. That aspect is interesting. But Exodus chapter 3:16, it says, go and gather the elders of Yisrael. Now we're in Exodus, right? Right? The book we're finishing up here, right? Just going to the beginning, right? Together and say to them, Yahweh Elohei Abotekem, right? Abotekem Elohei Abraham, Yitzhak, Yaakov, the Elohim of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Why does Yahweh identify himself with the Trinity, this Trinity of men? Is he the God of that Trinity of men? The power of the Trinity appeared to me, saying, I have surely, remember the Pekodi, right? I have surely, but this will be in the first person sense, I have surely visited you, right, and seen, right, that is done to you in Mitzrayim. Let's bring this out here, because when Joseph said it, he said it in the third person, Pakod Yifkod, right? So right here, what do we have right here? Right, let's go here. Let's go through the text. Should we go slow crawl through? Okay, there we go. Lay more, pakod, pakadti. So pakod, visiting, pakadti. I have visited. So visiting, I have visited you. Right? So this kind of seals what what was said, right, in Genesis. Right? So Yahweh fulfilled his word. It's almost like the first instance of Pakad in Genesis 20:21, where it says that Yahweh, he visited Sarah, right, as he had, said, and he did what he, spoke to do, right? Here it says, and the people believed, the people Aman, right? They Aman, they supported, they were faithful, they Amen, right? They credited, right? They trusted and believed, right? Trusted and believed, right? And when they heard that Yahweh had visited, look what it says. When they did what? When they shama, right? When they shama, right? That Yahweh had visited, had did what? Pakaded, right? That he had pakaded, right? The Bnei Yisrael, the sons of Israel, and that he looked upon their affliction, they bowed their heads and worshipped, right? Shacha. They bowed their heads and prostrated, like went down on the ground, right? And then look at this here, 13:19, right? And Moshe took the bones of Joseph, right? So to complete what was said in the first book, right? You know what I mean? Right? With him, right? For he has straightly sworn, the Bnei Yisrael, saying that Elohim will pakod, yifkod, etikem, will surely visit you, and y'all shall carry up my bones away hence with you. Right? Let's go to Exodus 20:5. In fact, just walk with me, talk with me right here for this last reading. Remember, we're sealing up the season. This season here is sealing up. The first season, right? We have 5 seasons in our Torah studies, right? The first season is Genesis. When I say season of study, right? In that sense, not the other season, but the season of study. So here we're sealing up, but actually we are coming into the new year, right? The true new year, right? The March, April time right here. In Exodus 20:5, in the 10 words, in the words of the covenant, falsely called the 10 commandments, right? In the Hebrew, even in the Greek, the Hebrew and the Greek testifies against this being the 10 commandments. But It testifies to being the 10 words. And here, these are the words of the covenant, right? The commandment. It's interesting. It's not really 10 commandments, it's 10 words. But those 10 words is the commandment, is the Torah. In fact, everything, if we can fulfill these 10 words, all the rest would just be commentary, right? And object lessons, right? Exodus 20 and 5, thou shalt not bow down thyself to them nor serve them, for I, Yahweh Loheka, Kana El Kana, right? A zealous, not just a zealous El, Almighty of zeal, visiting, you see what it says? Visiting the iniquity, right? So when he shows up, right, and he sees the iniquity, it's not going to be like reckoned well. It's not going to be, how can I say, it's not going to be rewarded. It's going to be punished. It's going to be put in order, right? Visiting, pakad is the word there, the iniquity of the fathers, the patriarchs, upon the children, directly the sons. So directly it says the fathers upon the sons, to the third and fourth, right? Speaking of generation, the word generation is not there. The third and the fourth of them that hate me, right? And how would one hate him? It's by not keeping and not fulfilling or violating, right? Especially with malice aforethought, his word and his way. Of course, people one can make mistakes or errors, but that's a whole different matter, right? Exodus 30 and 12, that's for his grace. You know what I mean? You know, when thou takest the sum. You remember? You remember before? When thou takest the sum. What's the word sum? Notice over here, the word sum right here is rosh. This is from previous Torah portion, right? This is from the Ki Tisa. The Ki Tisa. Ki Tisa was the which one was that? Was that which Torah portion was that? Ki Tisa. The Teruma was the 19th, right? And Ki Tisa. Give me one moment. I want to say this, but I want to just make sure I have it correct. Ki Tisa, right? Where's Ki Tisa? Right? Ki Tisa, yeah, Ki Tisa the 21st. Ki Tisa was the 21st. Ki Tisa. So, and here it says Rosh. So look at the word sum. Sum here is Rosh, right? Literally, it says when you nasa, Ki Tisa, when you lift up the head, right? When you lift up the head, it's a head count here. We touched on that. This is when the instruction was first being given. But notice in this very verse, right, it says when you take the census or the head count of the B'nai sons of Israel after their number. Notice the word, the number here is pakad, right? It's also to number, right? Then shall they give every man a ransom, right? They shall give a ransom or a kofar, right? A kofar for his soul to Yahuwah when thou do what? When thou numberest him, pakad. So notice how the translation here is bringing out the aspect of the word fakad, as numbering, right? Excuse me, that there be no plague, negef, right, among them when thou numberest them, right? And then it goes on, next verse, this they shall give everyone that passeth among them that are numbered. So the general sense is numbered. Over here in verse 14, that are numbered, right? Over here in 32:34, notice what it says. 32:34, it says, therefore now go, lead the people, right? To what I've spoken to you about, right? Behold, mine angel, Malachi, my Malak, right? Here, Yahweh speaking to Moshe, my Malak, right? This is after the molten calf, shall go before thee, nevertheless. But notice what he says. Notice what Yahweh says. He says, nevertheless. Remember, this is post the molten calf, the sin, the akri, the breaking of the covenant they came so quickly in, they so quickly broke it. He says, nevertheless, he said, go ahead, go forward, right? But remember this, nevertheless, in the day that when I visit, I will visit. You see what it says? So you can see how this word is visit, right? But it's not visit in the sense to reward, because he specifies when I visit, I will visit their chet, their sin, right? You know, their chata'ah, their sin, right? Their sin, their guilt, their punishment coming from they're missing the way, right? Their lack, right, upon them, right? Then in 34 and 7, right, concerning Yahweh, right here, right? This is where Moshe asked to get to know Yahweh, right? And was revealed Yahweh's, you could say, he Kabbalah'd Yahweh's, the 13 attributes of the name was revealed to Moses right here, right? And he says, keeping mercy for thousands, right? That's one attribute. Forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, right? And will by no means clear, right? To say the guilty, visiting the iniquity. You see what it says? Visiting. So it's a visit, but it's telling us that this visit will be that visit of the iniquity, the avon, the perversity, right? The perversity, right? The moral evil, the moral perversity, right? Of the fathers upon the sons and upon the sons, right? To the third and to the fourth. Right now, one may say, "Why is the sons? It's not like the daughters. Don't the daughters do anything wrong?" Well, of course, daughters they do some things wrong, yeah. But to whom more is given, more is required. You check that right there, right? The sons came in. He says, "I've called Israel out of Mitzrayim, my son." So to whom more is given, more is required, right? Exodus chapter 38. So now we get where we're at right here. Now remember, in was it chapter 30, the word "some" was translated from the word "rosh." So the underlying word in the source code was "head." Now we would, if you saw that then, and then we come here, you'd be like, "Oh, I know what the word "some" is," and it should be "rosh" too, right? But you could tell it's not "rosh," right? So the "sum" in this sense, right? You know what I mean? When it says take the sum of the children of Israel, right? Over there, it was lift up the head, which was an idiom, a Hebrew idiom, right? A figure of speech, Hebraically, right? Idiomatically, in that slang, so to speak, that patois, ancient African Semitic patois to say, take a census, lift up the head, take a census. So the word literally was head, right? Rosh, right? But here the word is not the same, right? The word here is pekude, right? So here's what we're at right here. Notice that the word pekude, since we're searching here the key words, notice that it appears twice, right? One place in verse 21, Exodus 38:21 as "some," in the next place as "counted," right? Now, as we know, the word "this" is a false translation right there. Let's go over here. This is, right, ele. Ele means these. So they're telling you right there, these, right? Ele pikude. Pikude is not the sum, right? Pikude is, if we keep the same word "some," it should have been the sums. It should have said, "These are the sums," right? Or more better, "These are the accountings." These are the accountings, right, of the tabernacle. You remember, they was building. You know, remember they was building, doing everything. And after people are building, somebody's working on whatever they're working on, your house, your building, or whatever you're getting, a room or something, a jacuzzi, whatever you're getting done, right? Wouldn't you come and inspect that? You would inspect it, right, to see how the work is going. Or they say, we're all finished. You say, okay, you're all finished. And so you're going to look over at, remember, Moses was told when he was first being given these instructions, see that you do all things, right, according to the pattern that was shown him in the mount, right? The pattern of the tabernacle, right? And, right, the pattern of the instruments. But there's also the third, right? The trinity of these, right? The third is the pattern, right, of those who would minister and serve. The Levites who were joined to. You remember I was talking about the word Levite before? And when Moshe said who was on Yahweh's side, that only Levi, right, the tribe of Levi. You see where it says, here they have Levi. Levi is like, Levi is like to say like a Levite. Levi, right? Levi, and Levi. Modern Hebrew, Levi, right? Levi, right? Here you see where it says, see Levi, joined to, right? So you see how in that incident right there, it kind of proved, right? It kind of gave us a case in point, right? Why was all the holy services, committed to the Levites, right, in the sanctuary, and why is all the service, the how can I say this, the priestly function, right, the altar, right? So it's the priests who, the anointed, who are the priests, the christened, the anointed of the priests, Aaron and his sons, who ministered at the altars and in the tent. It was the other Levites in their order, right, who would minister of other service and to carry, and when the tabernacle needed to be moved. But when Moshe stood in the gate and said, "Who's on Yahweh's side?" the text says there was only the tribe of Levi, right? You see, Levi that joined to, right? Everyone else stood back. You see the word attached, that attached themselves. Getting to the root, lava, modern Hebrew lava, ancient pointing lawa. What is lawa or lava? Right? Lava, hot to fire, lava. Here we have to be joined. This is the verb. This is the verb here, to be joined, right? In the nephil sense, to join oneself, right? In the secondary sense of this word, lava is to borrow or lend, right? To borrow or lend. That's why I say when it says that the Israelites, they had borrowed of the children of Mitzrayim, that's a false translation too. It says, it doesn't use this word here. It says they asked. And what does Moshe says? Ask and it shall be given. And they asked and it was be given to them. That's why they had so much stuff. Notice all the stuff they had. You know what I mean? And they gave so much because they were forgiven, right? As a sign of that forgiveness, they were, free on the giving. You know what I mean? They were willing now to serve Elohim, with their mammon, right? And not try to serve God and mammon, right? But a primitive root here, the word lawa, lewi, lewim, means to twine, to twin, to twine, right? You take two, you take two things and you twist them together, right? To make them one, to unite, to remain. In another sense is to borrow as a form of obligation, right? So the children of Israel, when they asked, they did not borrow of the Egyptians, so they didn't have to give nothing back. They asked, ask, and it shall be given. So I'm pointing this out just to point to some keys right here. So these are the sums of the Mishkan. Now, when we go all the way back to chapter like 30 and a little before that, where Yahweh says to Moses that, build me a sanctuary, right? That he may dwell, right? That he may dwell. The word here, the Mishkan. This is the sense of the Mishkan. Mishkan come from Shakan. You might hear some Yehudi speak about the Shekinah. Shekinah, she dwelling is related to this word, right? Although it's not quite scriptural, right? But the idea, like where scripture says, where Yahweh says such and such a one, right? My soul, like, his soul cannot tolerate them. Is the sense of the Shekinah, right? But be that as it may it as it be, right here. Another key thing in this one verse right here, just to point to a few things, right? This is the sum of the tabernacle. Then it says of the tabernacle. So when you read it here in the Hebrew, it says Ele Pekudei ha Mishkan Edut, right? So the word is repeated. It says Ele, these, Pekudei, the sums of ha Mishkan, right? It uses ha, the Mishkan, the sums, the countings of the Mishkan. Then it says the word Mishkan again, Mishkan, right? Edut, Mishkan Edut. Now this is very, very important because the ark is associated with this name, right? The Edut, right? The ark of the covenant. What was in the ark? Right? 2 tablets. What were the 2 tablets? The 2 tablets that Yahweh, the Elohim, inscribed with his own finger. And what did he inscribe there? He inscribed the 10 words. Well, what were the 10 words? It was the words of the covenant, right? It's the words of the covenant. It is the Torah. It is the commandment that Yahweh, that Elohim spoke and the people heard. So it's almost like, you testify, like say you testify in court, right? Or you witness something and then they ask you to write down that statement. Can you write down your statement in a sense? And now that statement is put up in safekeeping, right? And this is what the ark is. right? It's that witness. Now, the congregation are those of the sons of Israel who testify and be a witness. You see what I'm saying? So we have the tabernacle of the testimony, right? The Mishkan Edut, and then we also have the Aaron. Aaron is the Hebrew for ark, Aaron. Not to be confused with Aharon. Aharon, that's the man, Aharon, right? But the word for ark is Aaron. Aaron. Ain't it ironic? Anyway, Aaron, right? Aaron Ha'edut, right? And then you have those of the sons of Israel who, when they come together in the appointed place, the Mishkan, the sanctuary, at the appointed times, right, to keep the appointments and to bear witness. Check. As it was counted. Now, notice the word counted, pakad. The sense is like we read earlier, pakad, as it was numbered, right? That's what when we went through different items, the first item, second item, the different items, and all the attention to the detail. Now, here's another false translation, at least in English, right? Because when it says according to the commandment, elsewhere where it says the word commandment is mitzvah, in the Afro-Shemitic, mitzvah. In modern Hebrew, in the common modern Hebrew, it's mitzvah, mitzvah. But in ancient pointing, it's mitzvah, right? So that's the word for command, right? But let's see what word is here. It says, oh wow, it says peh, right? Peh, right? And to say mouth of Moses, right? P Moshe or Fi Moshe. Sometimes this is pronounced as fe or pe. Pe is the mouth. Fe, right? The mouth, right? So the more correct translation is not according to the command of Moses, from the Hebrews on the mouth, according to the mouth of Moses. That's according to what Moses said, right? On the mouth of Moses, right? The service, right? On the mouth of Moses is what? The service, the aboda. Avoda. The aboda is the labor, the service. The aboda, the labor, the service of the Luim, of the Levites. By the hand, by the yad, the hand, literal hand, or by the strength, the power. By the strength, the power, to say like authority in a sense, but the hand, the work of Yitamar. So we have Ithamar, one of Aharon's sons. Itamar. Now, can be like an island, right? The word right, is like a coast on island. The word or right, is like a habitable spot, desirable spot, like often like land, but like a coast or island. The right, of Tamar. Tamar is palm, right? A palm tree or a date tree. So Itamar, right? Ithamar, right? The son of Aharon, the priest, right? The Kohen. Looking at the time right here. Chan. All right. I know we kind of zoomed in on that right there, but I thought it was important right here to kind of just touch on some of those. And hearing the first words, I said, we really do need to zoom in, because somebody says this is the sum, but this is the sum. It actually says these are the sums, because everything had to be accounted for. You know what I mean? Or it's like in the military or someplace where they break down a weapon or a gun. You break it down and you put it back together. You know what I'm saying? Like when you break it down, you say, what part is this? Where does that go? What does that connect with? What is that? Where's the spring? Where's the trigger? Where's the such and such? Where's this? Where's that? Making sure everything is accounted according to what Moses said, right? For the service. Remember that all of this is for service, right? So the tabernacle is very service, right? Is very service orientated, right? But it's for the service of the Levites. Right? The Levites are the one that serve there, right? And the rank and when we get to the next book, the third book, we'll see, well, what is the relationship, right, of the rank and file Israelites, or what is the relationship of the other 12 tribes? There's 13, right? I see others are picking up on this. At first, when we first said it, people were like, they're saying like blasphemy. I'm like, did you read? First, before you could say I blaspheme, just read. You know what I mean? I don't mind you saying whatever you're going to say, but just read. But here, brothers and sisters and brothers, let's ride up right here. Let's just go to the full right here. I know the first and second aliyah right here, if we may.
For
Whoa.
Shabbat Pekudei. Here for Shabbat Pekudei. Here picking up with the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book called Exodus. Exodus chapter 38. Here. Verse 1 is where the Pekudei, Shabbat Pekudei. Here. Hebrew first words. Here. We'll begin. Eile Fikudei HaMishkan Mishkan HaEduta Asher Pukada Al Pi Moshe Ivadata HaLewim Biyada Itamar Ben Aharon HaKohen. This, the sum of the tabernacle, even of the tabernacle of testimony, as it was counted, according to the commandment of Moses, for the service of the Levites by the hand of Ithamar, son to Aaron the priest. Eile Fikudei, these are the accounts. Eile, these, not this, but Eile, these. Eile Fikudei, these are Fikudei, the accounts. Eile Fikudei HaMishkan, these are the accounts of the Mishkan, of the dwelling, of the tabernacle. Eile Fikudei HaMishkan, Mishkan HaEdut, even the Mishkan, the dwelling, the tabernacle, HaEdut, of the testimony of the witness. Mishkan HaEdut, Asher Pukad, as they were rendered. Asher Pukad, as they were accounted, as they were rendered, as they were counted. Al Pi Moshe, according to the commandment of Moses, upon the mouth of Moses. Al Pi Moshe, Alfi Moshe, upon the fi, the mouth, the pi, the pi, the pi, the mouth of Moshe. Alpi Moshe, Alfi Moshe, Evadata Halloween, through the service of Halloween, the service of the Levites, Evodata HaLevim, Ebodata HaLewim, Beyada Itamar, by the yad, by the hand of Ithamar, Beyad Itamar ben Aharon HaKohen, the son of Aaron ben Aharon HaKohen, the son of Aharon, of Aaron HaKohen, of Aaron the priest. And Betzalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Yehuda, made all that Jehovah commanded Moses. And with him was Aholiab, the son of Achisamach, of the tribe of Dan, an engraver, and a cunning workman, a cunning craftsman, and an embroider in blue and in purple and in scarlet and fine linen. All the gold that was occupied for the work, in all the work of the holy, of HaKodesh, the holy place, even the gold of the offering was 29 talents and 730 shekels. After the shekel of the sanctuary, after the shekel of the holy place, HaKodesh, of the Kodesh, B'Shekel HaKodesh. And the kesef, and the bur, and the kesef, and the silver of them that were numbered of the congregation, the aggregation was 100 talents, and 1,760 shekels. After the shekel, B'Shekel HaKodesh, after the shekel of the Kodesh, of the sanctuary, of the holy place, a bekah,
a bekah for every man, that is half a shekel, after the shekel of the sanctuary, the shekel HaKodesh, for everyone that went to be numbered from 20 years old and upward, for 600,000 and 3,550 men. And of the 100 talents of silver of Kesef were cast the sockets of the sanctuary and the sockets of the veil, and 100 sockets of the 100 talents, a talent for a socket, and of the 1,775 shekels, he made hooks for the pillars and overlaid their capitals, and filleted them. And the brass, nechoshet of the offering, was 70 talents and 2,400 shekels. And therewith he made the sockets of the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the brazen altar, and the brazen grate for it, and all the vessels of ha-mizbeach, of the mizbeach of the altar, and the sockets of the court hatzir round about, and the sockets of the court gate, and all the pins of the tabernacle, and all the pins of the court round about. Hear, Shema Yisrael. Hear, Gevir, O Yisrael. Hear. Second book of Moshe, Hebrew book, called Exodus chapter 39. The holy garments for Aharon, the holy garments for Aaron. Compare, contrast, Exodus chapter 31, verse 10. Hear, Shema Yisrael. Hear, Exodus chapter 39, verse 1. Umin ha-tikaleta we-ha-argaman we-tola'ata ha-shani asua vigdeya sirad le-sharet ba-kodesh Waya isua eta bigdeya ha-kodesha asher le-aheron ka-asher siwahi Yahuwah eta Moshe. And of the blue and purple and scarlet they made cloths of service, to do service in the holy place, Ba Kodesh, and made the holy garments for Aharon, for Aaron, as Jehovah commanded Moshe, as Jehovah commanded Moses. Umin, and from Ha-Tikalet, and from the blue, and of the blue, ha-tikalet, the sky blue, umin ha-tikaleta, with ha-argaman, and of the argaman, ha-argaman, and of the purple, with tola'ata ha-shani, and the scarlet, they made plaited garments. Asu vigdeya sirad, vigdei asu, they made vigdei sirad, they made plaited garments. Le sharet bakodesh, for the sharet, for the service, for the sharet, for the ministry, li sharet bakodesh, the ministry in the holy place in HaKodesh Bakodesh, in the holy set apart place. Eta bigdeya HaKodesh Asher le'aharon, and may the holy, the set apart garments, Waya Esua Eta Vigdei HaKodesh, and made the holy garments Asher le'aharon, that which was for Aaron, of Aaron, Ka'asher, as like Tziwah Yahweh, as Jehovah commanded, Tziwah Yahweh, as Jehovah commanded, Tziwah Yahweh, Eta Moshe, as Jehovah commanded Moses, as Jehovah commanded. And hear, Shema Yisrael, hear for this Shabbat, Pekudei, some say Pekudei or Fikudei, Sabbath, the sums, the accountings. Here, picking up here with the last Torah portion here for this second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is known as the Sefer Shemot, the book of the names called Exodus. Here we pick up with the Sheni Aliyah, here with the second up offering up, the second reading, the second Aliyah, the second ascension offering here for this Shabbat Fikudei, Sabbath, the sums, the accountings. And here, for a double portion, and when we have a double portion, this will be the Chamishi of the double portion. For a double portion, for a Shabbat, and for this Shabbat Wayakahel, Fikudei. Here, the Sheni for the Fikudei, 23rd Torah portion reading and feeding, and here. And here for a double portion, the Chamishi, the fifth Aliyah for the double portion, here. Second book of Moses, Hebrew book, Exodus chapter 39, here at verse 2. Waya'asa eta ha'efod hav tikaleta we'argaman we'tola'ata shani we'sheisha mashazar. And he made the ephod, gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. Waya'asa eta ha'efod, and he made the ephod, he made the ephod. Waya'asa eta ha'efod zahav, tikalet of zahav, gold, tikalet of blue, sky blue, with argaman, and purple, with tola'ata shani, and scarlet, with sheisha mashzar, with sheish mashzar, and fine twined linen, with sheisha mashzar. And they did beat the gold into thin plates and cut it into wires to work it in the blue and in the purple and in the scarlet and in the fine linen with cunning work. They made shoulder pieces for it to couple it together. By the two edges was it coupled together. And the curious girdle of his ephod, of the ephod that was upon it, was of the same according to the work thereof. Gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen, as Jehovah commanded Moses. Then they wrought onyx stones enclosed in ouches of gold, graven as signets are graven, with the Shemot, with the names of the Bnei Yisrael, with the names of the sons of Yisrael. And he put them on the shoulders of ha'ephod, of the ephod, that they should be stones for a memorial to the Bnei Yisrael, to the children of Yisrael, as Yahweh, as Jehovah commanded Moshe. Vayasem otam ala kitafot al kitfot haefod avnei zikaron livnei Yisrael ka'asher tziwahi Yahuwah eta Moshe. And he put them on the shoulder pieces of haefod to be stones Avnei Zikaron, to be stones of memorial. Avnei Zikaron, for the sons, the children of Israel. Livnei Yisrael. Kashas Iwah Yahweh, as Jehovah commanded at the Moshe, as Jehovah commanded Moses. And he made HaChoshen, and he made the breastplate. Cunning work, like the work of Ha'ephod, like the work of the ephod. Gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. It was Rabu'ah. It was four square. They made HaChoshen, the breastplate, double. A span, the length thereof, and a span, the breadth thereof, being doubled. And they set in it 4 rows of stones. The first row, a sardis, a topaz, and a carbuncle. This was the first row. And the second row, an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row, a linger, an agate, and an amethyst. And the fourth row, a beryl, an onyx, and a jasper. They were enclosed in ouches of gold in their enclosings. And the stones were, according to the names of the sons of Yisrael, the Bnei Yisrael, 12. According to their names, their shemot, like the engravings of a signet, every one with shemo, his name, according to the 12 tribes. And they made upon HaChoshen the breastplate chains at the ends, recent work, pure gold, zahav tahor. And they made 2 ouches, zahav, gold, and 2 gold rings, and put the 2 rings in the 2 ends of HaChoshen of the breastplate. And they put the 2 wreathen chains of gold in the 2 rings on the 2 ends of HaChoshen of the breastplate. And the 2 ends of the 2 wreathen chains they fastened in the 2 ouches, and put them on the shoulder pieces of ha'ephod, of the ephod, before it. And they made 2 rings of gold, and put them on the 2 ends of HaChoshen, the breastplate, upon the border of it, which that on the side of ha'ephod inward. And they made 2 other golden rings, and put them on the 2 sides of ha'ephod underneath, toward the fore part of it, over against the other coupling thereof, above the curious girdle of ha'ephod. And they did bind HaChoshen, the breastplate, by his rings to the rings of ha'ephod, the ephod, with a lace of blue, that it might be above the curious girdle of ha'ephod, and that HaChoshen, the breastplate, might not be loosed from ha'ephod, as Yahweh, as Jehovah commanded Moshe, as Jehovah commanded Moses. Wayira kesua eta HaChoshen miyat abo otayo eta abo ota ha'ephod. Bifatila tikeleta lihi yota ala choshev ha'ephod willoa yizach HaChoshen me'ala ha'ephod ka'asher tziwah Yahweh eta Moshe.
Yes. So the first and second aliyot right there, they're there. We pick up with the third. Yeah, the third picks up with the robe. And he made the robe. Yeah. Jaja robe made the robe. The Ma'il. Pick up the third aliyah. So right here, brothers and sisters and brothers, just a little point of interest right here before we ride up with, we're going to first have the evening Psalm 48, and then we'll segue to the daily Psalm 47. Since they're close, should be an interesting, quick study right here, a couple of verses right here. Now, remember we was mentioning that from a Hebrew perspective, from the Hebrew mind, not the Gentile mind, as we know, the KJV and the Western, how it's translated is called Exodus. So it's Exodus. But I noticed there was verse 6 and was it 14? Was that correct? Yeah, verse 6. Note this right here. So we're coming to the end of the book that in the Hebrew perspective is called the Sefer Shemot. Sefer Shemot, right? The book of the names, right? And now notice this right here. So it's called Shemot, right? Because in the beginning of Exodus said, these are the names. So Shemot, from the first words there, from the Hebrew perspective. Exodus, the book known as Exodus, known as the book of the names. right? And then we seal up, and we seal up right here. Oh, let's bring that on the screen. There we go. We seal up right here. This is Exodus chapter 39, verse 6 and verse 14. Just to zoom in on this, just connectivity. So from the English, you say Exodus. Okay, they came out. The Exodus part basically fulfill like maybe roughly half the book. At half the book, chapter 15 or so, the Song of the Sea, and they're out of there, right? But what's significance from the Hebrew perspective of Shemot, of names, right? Well, here's one connection here. As the book beginning, in the beginning is called the Sefer Shemot, Hebraically, right? And the word Shem is name. So let's bring that up. Shem is name, and Shemot is names. These are the names. Verse 6. And they wrought, right? They wrought, they worked, asa, they worked, they fashioned, they did onyx stones enclosed in oches. Interesting word, mishbetza, right? Plaited or filigree or checkered work of settings for gems, right? Settings for gem, like a brocade, by analogy, reticulated setting, right? Of gems, the oches, right? Of gold, of zahab. And here it says graven, right? Graven, right? Patach. Now, patach, actually, like patach, also like fetah, we said fetah neges, fetah, some pointings, or fetah. This is the verb to open. Basically means to open, right? And petah is a fitah neges, the opening of kings. Well, yes, but there's a context to that, like the judgment. But be that as it may, here in this context, here in the Hebrew, right, we have patach, which means to open. So the graving, right? It says they were graven, they were opened up. When you cut and you're opening up, yeah, as signets. So the signets here, the word for signet is chotam. Chotam. What's a chotam? Chotam, right? Chotam is like a seal, right? A chotam is a signet, like a signet ring, right? There's a chotam, a signature ring, right? Chotam, right? From the word chatam. Chatam means to seal up, chatam, like to affix a seal, like you seal something, chatam, the seven seals, chatam, right? To close something up, especially to seal something. So it says right here that they were graven as signets, right? Opened up, graven as signets are what? Or as signets are pituach. So you see the word patach is the root word, and pituach, pituach, fituach, right? Is the engraving, right? A carving, right? When you carve something, it's almost like you open up, like think about like you carving your name in a tree or something, or a piece of wood, right? You're cutting out some wood, you're opening it up. You know what I'm saying? Just understand the Hebrew, sense. So like a sculpture in a low or high relief, or even in intaglio, like what they call intaglio. But that's from the word patach, pituach. So here it says that these signets, right, these seals, the signets, signatures, so to speak, were graven, right, with the what? With the shemot. So here in the Hebrew verse here, we have Shemot, right? With the Shemot of the children of Israel, or directly in the Hebrew, the Shemot B'nai, sons of Yisrael, right? So there we have the names, right? So just check out, for fellow disciples, the places where we have names in the book of names. It's kind of interesting because then we get to verse 14, right? Continuing, it says the stones, right? Abanim, right? The Eben, a stone, Abanim, stones, according to the Shemot. So these stones, right? The stones, the gemstones, the stones were according to the Shemot of the Bnei Yisrael, of the sons of Yisrael. To say Yisrael in the sense of Yisrael, Yaakov, Abinu Yaakov, Jacob, patriarch Yisrael. 12, right? According to their Shemot, right? Like the engravings, again, the pituach, like the engravings, the carvings, right, of a chotam, of a signature, right? Right. Everyone, right? Everyone, ish, like every man, every ish, right? With shemo, with his name, right? According to the 12 tribes. So even here in this verse, we see a trifecta. It says names, twice plural, one singular. Shemot, right? According to the Shemot, the names of the Bnei Yisrael, right? And then it says 12 according to their names, their Shemot, right? So there's an emphasis here about name, right? And then it says everyone with Shemot, his name. So it's according to the plural, the Shemot, the names, right? According to their Shemot, their names, right? And every one or every ish, right? Every ish, every higher responsible man, right? To say husband man, right? Every responsible, ish, right? Those hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. Both low and high. The low is B'nai Adam, and the high is B'nai Ish, right? Low and high all together, right? So every Ish, right? So this is saying right here that in the beginning of Exodus, these are the names. The book is the book of the names. These who were called out. Check it out. They were called out. Like it says elsewhere, I've called you by what? By name, right? The significance of their names. And on here in this sealing up within the holy, right? Within the holy place, the foundation in the holy place. So we just find that interesting, that emphasis there, on names in verse 6 of Exodus chapter 39 and verse 14. I think it comes up a couple of other places again. How does that connect? Is that kind of telling us something from a Hebrew perspective? Since that might be lost from an English perspective, because we're saying, oh, it's the Exodus. Yes, it's about the Exodus, but it's really about the names, right? The name. But here, let's rise up the chant right here. Just briefly here, Psalm 48, and then we'll segue to today's daily psalm. Likul Batalawa, small but very important, very big. Here, Psalm 47. We'll begin with the evening psalm for the second day of the Shabbat, right? The first market day, right? AKA here in the season Monday. Here, Shema Yisrael.
Psalm 48.
Mizmor Memchet, Shir Mizmor Livne Korah.
Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion on the sides of the north, the city of the great King. God is known in her palaces for a refuge, for lo, the kings were assembled. They passed by together, they saw it, and so they marveled. They were troubled and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them there, and pain as of a woman in travail. Thou breakest the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. As we have heard, so have we seen in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God will establish it forever. Selah. We have thought of thy loving kindness, O God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Judah be glad because of thy judgments. Walk about Zion, and go round about her. Tell the towers thereof. Mark ye well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that ye may tell it to the generation following. For this God is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide forever, 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 forever.
Rastafari, Africa is a must. So nobody force now cause. You have to jump on this your bus. Zion born, right?
Psalm 48.
Mizmor Memchet, Shir Mizmor Livne Korah.
Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation, the joy of the whole earth, is Mount Zion on the sides of the north, the city of the great King. God is known in her palaces for a refuge. For lo, the kings were assembled. They passed by together. They saw it, and so they marveled. They were troubled and hasted away. Fear took hold upon them there, and pain as of a woman in travail. Thou breakest the ships of Tarshish with an east wind. As we have heard, so have we seen in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God will establish it forever. Selah. We have thought of thy loving kindness, O God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Judah be glad because of thy judgments. Walk about Zion, and go round about her. Tell the towers thereof. Mark ye well her bulwarks. Consider her palaces, that ye may tell it to the generation following. For this God is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide forever, 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 forever.
מזמור מ"ח, שיר מזמור לבני קורח. גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד, בעיר אלוהינו הר קודשו. יפה נוף משוש כל הארץ, הר ציון ירכתי צפון, קריית מלך רב. אלוהים בארמנותיה נודע למשגב, כי הנה המלכים נועדו, עברו יחדיו. המה ראו כן תמהו, נבהלו נחפזו. רעדה אחזתם שם, חיל כיולדה. ברוח קדים תשבר אוניות תרשיש. כאשר שמענו כן ראינו, בעיר אדוני צבאות, בעיר אלוהינו. אלוהים יכונניה עד עולם סלע. דימינו אלוהים חסדך בקרב היכליך. כשמך אלוהים, כן תהילתך על קצווי ארץ, צדק מלאה ימינך. ישמח הר ציון, תגלנה בנות יהודה למען משפטיך. סובו ציון והקיפוה, ספרו מגדליה. שיטו לבכם לחילה, פסגו ארמנותיה. למען תספרו לדור אחרון, כי זה אלוהים אלוהינו עולם ועד, הוא ינהגנו על מות.
Ship, erasure. Come be a part of.
All right, LOJ, and Line of Juice Society.
Where Hebrew feels like home.
So here. So it's Psalm 48. Psalm 48, the evening psalm for the second day of the Shabuah. Among the Gentiles, that will be called Monday, the first market day, so to speak. Yeah, second day of the Shabuah. So we have evening psalm as chanted in the Heikal and the temple, Psalm 48, and we, Torah observant, that's the evening psalm for we right there, Psalm 48. And here we have today's daily psalm. So today's daily psalm is Psalm 47. What's the connection briefly here between these two psalms? Well, Psalm 48, right? A psalm for the B'nai Korah, the sons of Korah. Great is Yahweh, greatly to be praised in the city of Eloheinu, the Elohim of Anu, right, of us, right? The mountain of his holiness, the mountain of his set apartness, right? So we have the deliverance of Zion, the deliverance of Zion, right? And so in Psalm 48, right, the evening psalm appointed for the second day of the Shabuah called Monday, right? We have the last of a trilogy, right, or a trinity. So we have a trilogy, Hebraically, a trilogy or trinity of psalms, of Mizmor, right? The sparing of Yerushalayim, of Jerusalem, of the city, right, of peace with God and with man from the invasion of the Assyrians is celebrated. Now, there's a very interesting metaphysical connection. We're looking at the history on the ground in the first type. The first is the earthly type, the natural type, and then we get the spiritual significance, right? So we have Jerusalem, right? And then we have the Assyrians, right? The Syrian invasion. Metaphysical Bible Dictionary is interesting because the Assyrians, they kind of give a definition of the so-called the worldly intellectual, like the worldly wisdom. Yerushalayim, which means city of dual peace, dual, shalayim is like shalom double, shalayim, right? Yerushalayim, right? The air, the atmosphere of like peace with God and peace with man, right? Is spared from the invasion of the worldly wisdom, the Assyrians, the worldly intellectual, and in a new covenant sense. Check. But as the city of the great king, right, Melech Rab, right, the city of the great king, right, it is under Yahweh's guidance and protection and therefore secure, right, from would-be ravagers. May this guardianship be continued, itinued forever, till time indefinite, till time out of mind. The note of joy actually predominates here, in Psalm 48 in Mizmor Mim Chet, Mem Chet, right? Mim is the Hebrew letter M, have a numerical value of 40, and Chet or Chet is the eighth letter of the Hebrew alphabet. So in the Aleph numerics of the Hebrew, right? Psalm 48, Mizmor Nun, Mizmor Mim Chet, Tehillim, Mim, Chet, right? The inaccessibleness of the city, the consciousness of Elohim, right? Getting into that higher height, right? The city represents, of course, a city, a natural city, yeah, but in the metaphysics, right? Not when I say it's metaphysics, but this is already there, built in the Hebrew, and we show and demonstrate that. So, city in the natural, the earthly type is a city, but a city represents like a aggregation of thoughts, a consciousness in the city, right? The air, the atmosphere, so to speak, of Elohim, of God. There's an inaccessibleness, right, of that. Like when Dawid says, to be put in a high place, or actually says a place that's too high for I. In other words, put me in some place that's inaccessible for me. That's like if it's inaccessible, too high for me to climb, then my enemies can't get to me. If I can get to it on my own power, then my enemies definitely can't get to it on their power. So in Psalm 48, 1 to 14, it's the seal up of a trinity or trilogy of psalms, right? This is also a song of Todah, of thanksgiving. Todah, Tawada. Put your hands up for victory, right? For victory, for salvation, right? For Yeshua, right? Salvation, victory, Yeshua, for salvation, victories, overcoming. It is connected, right, with the other two in the trilogy, right? The Trinity of Psalm 46, and today's daily Psalm 47, here according to the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrew Commandment Keepers, Congregation of Elohim Chayim, congregation of the living God, by the fundamental thought of the exaltation, the big up, the exaltation of Yahweh, he who be above the peoples of the earth. But is distinguished from them both in this respect, right? That in accordance with the favorite characteristic of the Korahitic, the sons of Korah, the Korahitic poetry and psalms, the song of thanksgiving for victory has become a song in praise of Yerushalayim, of that covenant relation between God and man, that consciousness, that relation, that city, that set apartness, the glorious and strong city protected by Elohim, who sits enthroned in it. So the historical occasion, looking at the history, like what's the context of the history in which it was composed? Well, there's the mention of kings, right? Points an army of confederates, right? In verse 10, they point to the gathering, right, held in the temple before the setting out of the army, right? There was a gathering in the temple. We're about to go to war, so foundation in the holy place. We go to the holy place, like the knights, what I mean, the soldiers, and we kneel, before the presence. Back in them days, no doubt kneeling before the veil, right? Or really kneeling before the door of the tabernacle, right? Or in other days, kneeling before the door of the temple, the Patach, right? You know, as the priest inside would kneel before the veil, right, of the ark, right? That's to say before his presence, because he says there he would speak. That's the oracle. That's his symbol of his presence amongst us. So the connection of the ark is also important. And the figurative representation of the hostile powers by the shattered ships of Tarshish. Tarshish in ancient times is what we call Spain today. So we say Spain, it was Tarshish. So yes, these places were known, even as far as Britannia or England. These places were known even in biblical time. Does not apply to any period so well as the time of Jehoshaphat or Jehoshaphat. All right, remember that the judgment in the valley of Jehoshaphat and the connection of Jehoshaphat, even the name Jehoshaphat, right? Yao is contracted for Yahweh, Yehoshaphat, Yehoshaphat, he who be who he be, the judgment of he who be who he be. Right now, that's right there. Let's do this right here. Now let's look at the second in this trilogy or trinity of Psalms. Today's daily psalm, Psalm 47. So here, Mizmor Mim Zayin, Mim Zayin, Mim Zayin, Mim Zayin, Mim Zayin, Mim Zayin, right? Mim Zayin, right? Mim Zayin. Here we have to the chief musician, right? A psalm for the sons of Korah. So these are B'nai Korah psalm, B'nai Korah. Now Korah is also very important name and individual and character. If you remember, Korah is the one who sought to usurp, you know what I mean, the authority, right, of Moshe and Aharon. We liken him, right, within these latter day times, the once lost now found, to like the one they call Abba Bivens and some of the other ones, the one Westerners, you know, in some regard, right? But that's a whole reasoning in itself, right? But you know, we pray for the sons of Korah, right? Because the sons of Korah, when Korah, right, everyone in his family and the other conspirators, when the earth opened up and swallowed them up, and the other Israelites that wanted to burn the Aishans in place of Aaron and his sons, when they were burnt up, you know, the sons of Korah, they heard the 10 words, right? And they showed love, you know, for Yahweh and separated themselves from the uckery, the folly of their earthly father. You know what I mean? And they lived. So they died not, as it says. So this is a significance of the sons of Korah. And then in latter times, the sons of Korah were appointed, you know what I mean? Appointed in the appointments of Dawit, you know, to minister and to serve, you know, within the holy service and the holy place. Right. So here to the chief musician, a psalm for the sons of Korah. Oh, clap your hands, all ye people. Right. Shout to Elohim. Shout, right? Ruah, Ruah, Ora, 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 Ruah, Ruah, right? Shout, Ora. Give like a war cry, a blast, a shout, right? It can be a shout and applause, like clap your hand. You know, clap your hands. It's interesting, you know, when we think about clapping today. It's not really in that context, is it? But clap your hands, all ye people. Shout to Elohim with the voice, with a particular voice. You know what I mean? You know, when people say, "What? Yo, watch your tone, watch your tone." You know what I mean? But here we have to watch our tone. It has to be with a voice of what? Triumph, a voice of Rena, a ringing cry, Rena, right? Proclamation, joy, Rena, right? It's like in this vibration, you know, it's like a vibration, right? Like a kind of a high vibration, a shout, right, of triumph, you know, a shout of triumph. Now it's interesting because when Moshe was sent down from the mount because the people's uckery with the molten calf, falsely called golden calf, and it came down and he met up with Yehoshua, right, who was kind of standing by on the next level, you know, and Joshua, Yehoshua thought, oh man, this is a war. There must be a war going on in the camp. But actually, you know what I'm saying? But actually, Moses said, no, it's not that kind of singing. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not that kind of, no, it's not a war, right? Like in this sense, because you use different words as singing. It's almost like They're not singing holy songs, right? They're not singing the king's music. Like say reggae was meant to be the king's music. No, they're singing songs. They're singing like, they're having a party, basically, right? Just to bring that out right there. So here, before we just ride up more full right here, let's just go through a little overview. So here we have Psalm 48, right? Right, the third, Psalm 47, the second, and Psalm 46, the first of this trinity of psalms that go together. Here we have an exaltation at Adonai's triumphant ascension, an exaltation at Ha'adon, at the Lord's triumphant ascension, right? Now here it says, whilst between Psalm 45 and Psalm 46, scarcely any other bond of relationship. So in studying the Psalms and saying, why were they compiled in this order? And then we start to notice patterns, pattern recognition, right? But here it says that there's scarcely any other bond of relationship, pattern recognition wise, but the similar use of a significant phrase, all Cain. Like, so say all Cain, like Cain, like yes, affirmative, yes, so for sure, like that sense, right? Here it's like all Cain. All Cain is often translated as therefore, right? Therefore, all Cain in a sense would be like an affirmative, like on this, on not this, but it's like to say on affirmative, like on affirmation. But the translative sense is therefore, all Cain, such and such and such and such. All Cain, therefore, right? This is the use, right? In Psalm 47, 1-9, has in common with the first in this trilogy, Psalm 46, 1-11, not only the thought of the kingly exaltation of Yahweh over the peoples of the earth, but also its historical association vis-a-vis Jehoshaphat's victory over the allied neighboring nations, the nation that were confederate, right? The Gentiles that were allied together against the Beit Yisrael, the Beit of Israel. This was a victory, right, without a conflict. That they actually got a victory, and then like no shots fired. No shots fired, no conflict. And consequently, all the more manifestly, this was a victory of Yahweh. So in Jehoshaphat's time, there was a victory over the neighboring nations that were allied together, right, against Israel, right? And they were defeated without a shot being fired, proverbially speaking, without a conflict. And therefore, to them and also to us in the way, truth, and life, this is all the more a manifestation of a victory of Yahweh, right? Who, he who be, who he be, who, right? After having fought for Amo, fighting for Amo, his people, his people, Amo Yisrael, his people Israel, ascended again. He ascended. So the idea here in the psalm is that Yahweh, he came down. Abinu Sheba Shemayim, he came down. He descended, right? As they, kicked backsides. I don't know if he took names. He already knew their names, you know what I mean, or blotted out their names. Either way, but he descended. You know what I mean? He descended, right, and then he reascended. This is the sense, right? He ascended again amidst the music of their celebration, right, of Yeshua, right? Yeshua, not speaking about Yeshua, but Yeshua, not Yeshua, but Yeshua, right? There's a hey at the end that distinguishes the two similar sounding, right, word sounds, right? One is victory and the other is the name of the Bein Elohim Chayim, right? He ascended again amidst the music of their celebration of Yeshua, right? An event that was outwardly represented in what? In the conducting of the ark. So the ark, said in ancient times and even among the Israelites of Ethiopia, the ark, right, was testified even by other peoples as having gone out on the battlefield with the soldiers, with the warriors, because the priests have their role to play as well. You know what I mean? On the battlefield. It's like the chaplain, right? An event that was outwardly represented in the conducting of Ha-Aron, of the Aron, the Tabot, back to the Haykab, back to the temple, right? Second Corinthians, Slika, Second Chronicles, there I did it, right? Second Chronicles, CH for Chronicles 20 and 28, right? And let's just go there before we ride up right here. It says Wayabo Yerushalayim Abia Nebalim Ua Be Kinorota Ua Bahat Hatzotzrota Illa Beta Yahweh. Right. So let's get this here and see if this is the verse right here. Okay, here's the English of it. And it says, and they came to Jerusalem, Yerushalayim, with psalteries, right? With psalteries and harps and trumpets to the house of Yahweh. Let's do this right here, right? Yeah, go into the verse before just to get a better context of what's going on. Right, the valley of Baraka, right? Baraka, interesting, the valley of Baraka. Baraka that is blessing. So there was a valley. Remember Jehoshaphat? There was a valley of Baraka, right? The judgment in the valley was the valley of Baraka, right? Empowerment to prosper. Then they returned, every man of Yehuda, of Judah, and Yerushalayim, and Jehoshaphat in the forefront of them, as with his majesty on the battlefront, against the Lotayans. He was out there on the battlefront and the victories that occurred in those battles. But the people, like with David, there was a time when the Israelite men came to David and said, listen, you're the light of Israel. You know what I mean? Because of what Yahweh had, he set you. So lest the light of Israel get extinguished. So this is where he no longer went out in battle, but that was why the kings, real kings, back in the days, I think His Majesty was probably the last of the ancient kings in modern times to actually go out on the battlefield and lick shot. And even from the testimony of those who testified, it's like he hazarded his life, so the soldiers many times were distracted, because they want to guard the king, right? But the king is out there, he's banging, but bullets are whizzing by, things are happening, you know what I'm saying? But here we have Jehoshaphat as an example of that, in the forefront of them to go again to Jerusalem with joy, for Yahweh had made them to rejoice over their enemies. He was at the forefront, or he was at the head, at the Rosh. And it says what? And they came to Jerusalem with psalteries, psalms, and harps, and trumpets to the house of Yahweh. Now, the trumpets that they came with were actually the silver trumpets, right? The Hatzotzrot, right? The Hatzotzera, singular, Hatzotzrot, the plural is the silver trumpets. The silver trumpets, you know what I mean? The silver trumpets right there, the psalteries, Nebalim, right? Like the guitars, musical instruments, the harps right there, you know what I mean? And it says here, the kinor, the other kind of, twang, the twang instrument, you know what I mean? And then the trumpets to the bites of Yahweh, right? And so here, just to seal up right here for the overview, Psalm 47 has grown out of that event, right? Out of that event, on account of the blowing of the trumpet, right? So the link with the blowing of the trumpet, especially silver trumpets, right? So there's a use of the ram's horn, and then there's a particular use of the silver trumpets, right? So right here, right? So here in connection with that, that's the word Allah, like an aliyah, Allah, not Allah, but Allah, right? Then is intended, which means like to ascend, to go up, right? Right? To climb, like climbing a step or stairs, going up, to point to the fact that, or degrees, that when the sound of the trumpets of Israel begins, right? Right, that Elohim, right, he rises from the throne of justice and takes his seat upon the throne of mercy. Paul kind of hints to that when he says, behold the mercy and the severity, right? Like almost like the right hand and the left hand, the mercy and severity of Yahweh. Now, this is mentioned in this Psalm here, 47. So this Psalm is the proper New Year's Psalm in the synagogue or in the Yehudi church, the Yehudi Moed, The Moed is the ancient name of the synagogue, and Moed is also the name of the tent of Moed, the tent of meeting, right? So this is the New Year's, and we're actually in that season, that time. We were pre that season, that time, together with Psalm 81, the psalm of the second New Year's feast day. So the second day. So we have Psalm 47 for the first day of the Rosh Chodesh, right? And then for the second day, and on the account, right, of the mention of the ascension of Yahweh, right? It is the psalm for the ascension day. Later on in the times, the Christian times, it became the psalm for the ascension day, like Yeshua, he is risen, right, in the church. Like Luther, aka Martin Luther, the original one, right? Not Michael King, right? But Martin, right? Luther, the original one, right? The church of he represents the church of which lamp of the candle? The church of Smyrna in Revelation, right? That's that period of time, right? He styles it Moshiach ascended to Shemaim, right, of the sons of Korah, right? So there's a little bit more, of course, we can touch on right here, but I think ones have the basic, idea, and how here from the old covenant, right, use of the battle and Yahweh and the ark, and he coming down and giving them a victory without a conflict, you know what I'm saying? And then he ascending, connected with Yeshua, Adonai no Robbeinu ascending, right? Hence the psalm in the course of history has gained a prophetic meaning far exceeding. So the meaning of this far exceeds its first occasion, but we wanted to get the groundation to understand the first occasion so we can appreciate love hopefully more fully, right? How it has only been fully unraveled by the ascension of Moshiach Yeshua, right? Here. So here, Elohim the King. This psalm is themed here, Elohim, right? The King, right? Elohim the King, right? God the King, Elohim the King, right? Now, this is a poem, a composition on the theme of Psalm 46, right? No, we have to go back, right, for a moment. Psalm 46, verse 11, right? Psalm 46, actually, it'd be verse 11 in the Hebrew, but verse 10 in the King James Version, because of numbering thing, right? Here, this here, right? Today's psalm is on the theme of the previous psalm to show how these three psalms form a trilogy, right? So we have Psalm 46, 47, and 48 forming a trilogy. So today's daily psalm is more Meme Zain, Psalm 47, right? It is based on the theme of the previous psalm in verse 10 in the King James Version, verse 11 in the Hebrew, right? Where it says, I will be exalted in the earth. I will be exalted in the earth. Now, the fuller verse here is, be still and know that I, right, Elohim, right, I be Elohim, I will be exalted, right, among the heathen, among the goyim, among the nations and nationalities. I will be exalted in the earth. So in the Hebrew, this is harpu, u, harpu, relax yourself, relax, rafa, harfu, right, relax, right? The sense of this is actually to slacken, like ease up, like relax yourself. Harfu, and de all of y'all, right? Harfu, de. Relax yourself, ease yourself, relax, slacken, just let loose. Like somebody's tense, just relax yourself. You know what I mean? And no, de, right? Yada, from the root yada, de, right? De, ki, Elohim, for or because, ki, anoki, for I am, right? Anoki, right? And anoki is one of the two ways of saying I in Hebrew. Ani, a general sense. Anoki is more of a selfish or personal sense. Anoki, like personal I, right? Harpu wa udu wa kia anoki Elohim, for anoki, For I be Elohim. He said, I be the creator, I be the judge, right? Harpu du Kia no Kia Elohim. Arum, Arum. I will be room. Room. Here we have room to rise up, to be high, 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 to be set on high, to be uplifted, right? If I be lifted up here in Psalm 46, right here, KJV at verse 10, right? The Hebrew reads, Arum, Ba Goyim. I will be lifted up, high, 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 Ba, upon Ha Goyim. Be Ha Goyim, Ba Goyim, upon the goys, all the goys. Goy here, we have in the plural, Goyim, among the nations and nationalities. Arum, Arum, I will be lifted up high, 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 high. I will be exalted. Arum, Ba'aretz. I'll be exalted in Haaretz. Haaretz. Right? Be Haaretz. Ba'aretz. So the fuller fold here. Harpu du Kia Anoki Elohim. Harpu udu Ki Anoki Elohim. Arum Bagoyim. Arum Ba'aretz. So here, Psalm 46. Right? Just had to go there right there. Psalm 46, right? That verse there, right, becomes the theme, right, of this psalm, Psalm 47, the second in the trilogy. Assyria's defeat, it proclaimed Elohim and the Elohei Yisrael, the Elohim of Israel, as Melech, as king, as sovereign, right? Melech HaOlam, as eternal king, king of the universe, to whom all peoples are summoned to pay allegiance, right? The psalm, as we mentioned, the psalm here, 47, is recited in the Yehudi church, the Moed, then later days was called in the Greek the synagogue, the gathering place, before the sounding of the shofar, the ram's horn on the New Year's, right? This is a day when the liturgy, the Hebraic Kadisha Kedase, the liturgy, the holy service, it dwells upon the thoughts of Elohim, of the Creator, right? The Creator's universal sovereignty. It's like what we say in the blessing. Baruch Atah Yahweh Eloheinu, our Elohim, Melech HaOlam, King of the universe, eternal King. So the day of the New Year's Day is when the liturgy, the service, it dwells upon the thought of Elohim's universal, non-partial sovereignty. So right here, without any further ado, Likul Batalua, hear this.
Psalm 47. Oh, clap your hands, all ye people. Shout unto God with the voice of triumph. For the Lord Most High is terrible. He is a great king over all the earth. He shall subdue the people under us, and the nations under our feet. He shall choose our inheritance for us, the excellency of Jacob, whom he loved. Selah. God is gone up with a shout. The Lord with the sound of a trumpet. Sing praises to God. Sing praises. Sing praises unto our King. Sing praises. For God is the King of all the earth. Sing ye praises with understanding. God reigneth over the heathen. God sitteth upon the throne of his holiness. The princes of the people are gathered together, even the people of the God of Abraham. For the shields of the earth belong unto God. He is greatly exalted.
Yes. So here today's daily psalm, right? In the KJV, there's 9 verses. In the Hebrew, here we have 10, but here from KJV wise, right here from the Aleph verse, right? The first verse right here, including the superscription, right here, the Aleph verse. Today's daily psalm, Mizmor Mem Zain. To the chief musician, a psalm for the sons or of the sons of Korah. La Menatziach, Li Bnei Korach Mizmor, right? For the chief musician, the Menatziach, the overcomer, the presenter, Li Bnei, of the sons of Korach, Mizmor, a psalm, a chant, an intonation. Oh, clap your hands, all your people. Shout to Elohim with the voice of triumph. Yeah. You know, that right there. So here. Let's get out the Hebrew right here, superscription. First verse, you see there in the HGPD, it has 47:1, then it has 47:2. That's how it is in the Hebrew right there. But here, just together so we can keep time, but KJV wise, for ones and ones following along. Lamanat Libnei Korach Mizmor. To the chief musician, the presenter, the overcomer, right? Four of the sons of Korah, psalm, a psalm, four of the sons of Korah. Call Ha'amim, Tiko Kaf, Hari'u Lelohim, Bikol Rina, call all Ha'amim, all Ha'amim, So we said Amo Yisrael when we say right? The here, bring that out. The right? Like Amo means like people, right? So when it says Amim, it's like saying the peoples, right? The peoples. Here it says call Ha'amim Tiko'u Kaf, right? Tiko'u. Here where it says clap, Taka. It also is used for the horn, the different motions of the horn, right? Striking, sounding, but it can also be to clap, right? To clap, to give a blast. You see what it says to give a blast? For a horn is to give a blast, like a blow, the horn, right? And then for hands is to strike or to clap the hands, right? And it's not even just clap the hands. The Hebrew is a little more how can I say, detailed, right? To clatter, to slap, like slapping the hands together, right? To clang of instruments. But here where it says tiko, clap all y'all, like clap all of y'all, right? Cough. Clap y'all the palm. Clap y'all the palm. You see, cough is different than yad. Yad is the hand, almost like a balled fist, the yad, the hand. And then we have cough, right? Cough is the palm, right? The palm of the hand. It could be like the sole of the foot, right? But the palm. So clap your hands, all you peoples, right? Hari'u. So the hari'u is the ruah. Ruah, the verb is to shout, to raise a sound, right? To cry out, give a blast. It also can mean like the sound of a horn or a trumpet, right? Or shout out a triumph, like when we say ora, right? Ora, be on attention, be alert, be on foot. Ora, right? And triumph also, like to mar. So the sense of this, the ora, is to make a sound that's almost like, especially by breaking. In a sense, it's almost like a sound like a loud sound. You know when something's really loud, right? Figuratively, in the figure of speech is to split the ear with sound. That is to shout for alarm or joy. It's almost like when we say ring the alarm. This would be like to ring the alarm. You know what I mean? Ring the alarm. You know what I mean? The adversaries, are dying. Like they're being slaughtered. You know what I mean? The adversaries and adversities are being moved out the way. Ring the alarm. Because Yahweh has triumphed. That's better right there. Ring the alarm, for Yahweh has triumphed. So we have two things right here. We have the Hari'u lelohim. Hari'u, make the ruah, ora to Elohim. Ora, Hari'u lelohim. Both of the voice with instruments, right? All by way of all, right? By way of the voice, rather, the voice, the call here is the voice, right? Call is all, and call is voice, right? With the voice of triumph, right? With a voice, bikol arena. So we have clap your hands and shout, The two key kind of commands here, Tika'u kaf, clap your hands, right? Hari'u. Tika'u kaf, hari'u. Call ha'amim, Tika'u kaf, hari'u lelohim, Bikol Rina. The demonstrations that greeted these keys here in the context, right? The context of the people and the culture, these keys right here were demonstrations or manifestations that greeted a melech. These were the sort of manifestations, right, that greeted a king, right, when he ascended the throne. So when a king was anointed and ascended his throne, there was a clapping of the hands, tikku kaf, right? There was a clapping of the hands, you know what I mean? Yes. And there was the shout, yeah, hallelujah, and the yah and the shout, right? This greeted a king when he ascended the throne. How do we know this? Well, First Samuel chapter 10, verse 24. Second Kings chapter 11, verse 12, right? So this was called for from the peoples as well. Now, on the acknowledgement, right, of Ha Elohim Eloheinu as the supreme ruler of the universe. Rabino Shel HaOlamim, as the supreme ruler of the universe. So right here, just let's just do this right here, just for un momento, right? Just one moment right here, just so we can see it for ourselves, right? Because sometimes, even ourselves, we might read it and we have to make that effort, right? You know what I mean? Make the E for the effort. So it said, and Shemuel said to all the people, see, y'all him whom Yahweh have chosen, that none like him among the people, right? And all the people shouted and said, God save, right? They say, God save. Really, it's the word to live, chaya, right? But the translation says, God save the king, right? Really, it's let the king live, right? That's interesting because don't the British and some other ones, they have like let the king die? It was weird, like, right? But here it says, Wayomer Shemuel illa kol ha'ama hareitem asher ba'harbau Yahweh ki'ena kamohu b'kol ha'am. Why Yari'u call Ha'am, why Yomru, and they said, why Yomru, Vayomru, Yechi Hamelech, Yechi, let him live, right? Yechi Hamelech, Yehi Hamelech, let the king, may the king live. So we see the shout, right? We see the shout right there, right? Where it says, and the people, the they did what? Ruah. They shouted out the Ruah, Ura, right? They shouted out, right? Yechi Hamelech, right? May the king, right? May the king live. And let's go to 1 Kings 11, right? 1 Kings, right? 1 Kings 11, right? 1 Kings 11 and 12, right? 11 and 12. Let's scroll down here, easy English, right? Not easy English, but the KJV light. Notwithstanding, in thy days, right? Okay, let's see. Did we get the right quote right here? 11. Oh, I said First Kings. That's my bad. Slichali. My bad there. All right, that was my fault right there. Pardon I. And then here. Okay, go back. There we go. 2 Kings 11 and 12, right? In 2 Kings 11 and 12, what does it say? Here it says, and he brought forth the king's son and put the crown up on him and the testimony. Interesting. He put the crown on him. The word gave him is not there in the Hebrew, but he put the crown on him and the testimony, right? And the testimony. And they made him king and anointed him. And they clapped their hands. And said, it says, God save the king, or Yechi Hamelech. May the king live. May the king chaya. Yechi Hamelech. May the king right? Make the king live, may the king live. Now it's interesting right here. This is an interesting verse right here, right? Just looking over just quickly here, brothers and sisters. Let's look over here, right? So we see that here the former was the example, right? So this is a little different word, naka, right? Use the word naka, like to hit, right? Here it says, why yotzi eta ben hamelech, and he brought out, he caused to exit or to come out, why yotzi, right? Et ben, the son, the Ben Hamelech, et Ben Hameleka Wayitain Alayu, and he gave upon him, right? And he gave Wayitain, right? Wayitain Alayu et ha Nazer. He gave upon him the Nazer. Here, you remember like Nazarite, we say Nazarene. Now the Nazer, Nezer is a crown, right? The separation, crown of separation, Nazariteship, a crown, right? So the word crown, and then we also have the locks in the Nazarite vow, but here this word is crown, and as this word also is used, right, of Aharon, of Aaron. Remember, Aaron is the first Moshiach, right, in the sense of the Israelite camp. Of course, Melchizedek, we must say that he is the first, although we don't have a direct sense of anointing, but within the order of things, right, there was be the anointing for priestship, right? So here, we have the same word that's used. A woman's hair can be a nezer, right? The crown, a consecration. You see what it says of the high priest and of a Nazarite, and then here, right, of the king, right, a crown. This is the set apart. You see the sense of set apart, livication, dedication of a priest or a Nazarite, right, in a physical form. So like in a physical form, there's a crown, nezer, but then the unshorn, uncut locks, the unshorn locks, especially as a nezer, right, and a chaplet, especially a royalty. You know how royalty will wear a crown. So let's just get the Hebrew verse here. Wayotzia eta ben hameleka wayiten alayo eta ha nezera we eta ha edut. So notice something here. It says that he put the nezer, the crown, right, where et and right ha edut. Remember we talking about edut is testimony. Remember we said that when a king will be crowned, right, according to Torah, I think it's was it in don't quote me on this, but go there and see if it's there. It's around there, Deuteronomy, I think 18, right? 18, right? In Deuteronomy around 18, where it says like what the king, when Israel would have a king, right? That he should go and get make a copy of the scrolls, the scriptures from what's in the possession of the Levites. And he make his own copy, a Mishnah HaTorah, a copy of the Torah that he would keep with him, you know what I mean, to kind of guide him in his rule and his reign, right there. So both the crown, not just a crown, right, but the edut. So the edut right there, the testimony would likely be a copy of the scrolls, right? Why yitena layo etaha nezera etaha eduta why yama liku oto wa and yam liku, and they malaked, right? Oto, they malaked him, they made him king. Wayam liku, right? Oto him. Wayima shahuhu, and they mashacha, they anointed. Wa yima shahu, they anointed who? Him. Wayima shahu, who? Wayim shahu, and they anointed him. Why Yaku, and they clapped, they naka, they knocked on their palms, they clapped their hands. Why Yaku Wakaf, why Yomru, and they said, right, Yechi Hamelech, Yechi Hamelech. Amen. So right there, this first verse, once again, including the superscription. La menatziyacha libnei Korah mizmor. Kol ha'amim atik kaf Haru'u lelohim bikorina. Bikorina. Hear the bait with the voice of the Rina. Rina. Right? It's like a vibrational frequency. It's all about the vibes. Yeah? Yes, I. Here it says, for Yahweh, most high, terrible. He's dreadful. Right? A great king over all the earth, over all. Right? Over all the land. Over all the land. Kia Yahweh Elyon. For he who he be is Elyon. He is Elyon. He is most high, the highest. Right? That's interesting because the most high Yahweh is Elyon, right? Yisrael in proper covenant keeping was said to be Elyon, higher than all the other nations. And the king of Yisrael, the Davidic king of Israel, is Elyon, right? Is higher than the other kings. So we would say that David, in respect of other kings, is Elyon. He is most high. This is true. And we would say that the king of kings of Ethiopia, the throne of David, is Elyon. In respect of other kings, he is higher, right? Because that is the elect of God, of Exyavi, of Elohim, right? But here is stating the one who makes Yisrael Elyon, and the king, the Davidic king Elyon, is he who he be. So Ki Yahweh Elyon Norah comes from the word Yare. Yare is a root word, and in the Nephil sense, that's why it begins with N, right? Norah, right? N, Norah, right? This is part of the Hebrew verbal build, the ancient build, right? To be fearful, to be dreadful, right? He is feared, Tafara Norah, right? To cause astonishment, awe, right? To inspire reverence, right? Godly, goodly fear, right? And awe. So the best, we find that Norah more properly translates, for us as he is dreadful, right? Terrible. But notice the word terrible. If you say, how was that? How did that thing go? Oh, it was terrible. Well, it was awe-inspiring. It was reverential. No, it was bad. See how English has flipped. See how they have changed the meaning in words. See the Babylon, the confusion. In the proper context, terrible is a good thing. Right? Yo, that was terrible. Yeah, man, it was real terrible. To say people really think you're crazy. Be like, it was bad. Why you happy that was bad? No, it was awe-inspiring. People be confused, right? Because Babylon is confusion. But the word terrible, like to say awesome. We could say Yahweh Most High is awesome. See, ain't that something we say awesome? And we say it's that he who he be is awful, somebody foolishly would think, that we are insulting Yahweh. Yah is awful. Awful. No, he's not awful. He's good. He's wonderful. He's beautiful. He's nice. No. Awful, right? Actually, like terrible, had a good meaning. So maybe we will research this elsewise. How did it flip from that to this? Babylon is confusion. But let's get the full. Here. This verse right here, it says, Ki Yahweh Elyon Norah Melech Gadol Al Kol Haaretz. Ki Yahweh Elyon Norah Melech Gadol Al Kol Haaretz. For he who he be is most high. Norah, dreadful, right? Norah, right? Melech Gadol. He is a Melech, right? He is king, Melech, a sovereign, Gadol. He's a big, great. This also means like important. He's an important king, a distinguished king, right? He's important, right? Melech Gadol, right? Great in the sense of importance. Melech Gadol, all call, above all, Haaretz, above all the land, right? The context that they were looking at, all the land. Of course, we can extend it to the whole earth, but context matters. What do we have here? Right here. Or inspiring. But remember, terrible, right, originally meant good. It had a good meaning of terrible, like, as well as awful, right? But notice we say awesome, that means good, but awful. So the word with full, right? All with full is bad, but all with some is good. But actually, in reality, right, true reality, coming out of Babylon, the word terrible is a positive sense. I see a lot of these religious hypocrites. they'll see this, they're terrible, and they'll know how they're using terrible. But some of them are so foolish that they will actually, some of these false preachers that don't really have the Spirit will stop you and say, wait, why is that word terrible? Terrible is not. Some would actually try to say, well, actually, you know, they would even touch on it. They wouldn't touch on it. But anyway, that's the main thing right here. The other parts we explain right here. Once again, this verse right here. Ki Yahweh Elyon Norah Melech Adol Al Kol Haaretz. Great king. So here the Gimel, Hebraically, right? The Gimel, right? The Gimel, the third verse. He shall subdue the people under us, and the nations, the nationalities under our feet. Who shall do it? Do we have to put the effort to do it? No, he said he will do it. And if we are the people, then he will do it for we. Yadabir amim. Yadabir amim tachateinu. Ula umim tachata ragleinu. Yadabir amim tachatenu, ula umim tachata ragleinu. So here, two parts of this verse, pasuk, right? Gimel. He shall subdue the people under us. First part, right? Yadabir amim tachatenu. First of all, the word is dabar. Now here's the interesting use. Here's the word dabar as a verb. It means to speak, to converse, to declare. As a noun, dabar is word, and the dabar in the beginning was the word, and had-dabar, and the word was with Elohim, and the dabar was Elohim to the word, right? The logos, the logic, the word. So this means to speak, right, as a verb, right? But then how is it subdue? How is it subdue, right? Because there's a secondary sense, right? There's a secondary sense of this word, right? Let's scroll down here. I think it's down here. Strong's bring it out, right? In the ancient sense, the sense of the bar in speaking also has a sense of, and word has a sense of arrangement. So the word in Hebrew for logos is the bar, right? So that means that the bar, like logos, can give us an insight of the bar as well. So that's why the word logos is at the root of logic. Logic is a certain arrangement. It's not logical, it's disordered. Like the conversation it's not arranged properly. You told me, the punchline, and then you try to build up the joke later on. It's out of order. But so the word the bar in speaking, think about it. In speaking, before you speak, you got to say something to somebody. What's the first thing you try to do? You try to arrange it. What should I say first? Okay, I should, you know what I mean? So the sense of arrangement. But this is used figuratively, right, of words. So actually the use of this as we have it in Hebrew, in the active sense, is from the ancient figurative sense of words, debarim, to speak, right? But now, you see what it says really? You see what it says really? Really in a destructive sense. So the Hebrew has two truths. It's like each word can have a mercy severity. It can have a mercy severity sense, right? So really, there's not really, people say good and bad words, but really, there's no word that really is bad. It just may have been used very bad. The words have been used down bad, but it's not that it's bad. But the secondary sense of the word to speak means to subdue. But then think about it. I remember when I looked at this, I said, man, to speak and then subdue. I said, how does that figure? I went to meditation, and Yahweh showed that one can subdue people with words. How many times people have been subdued with words? You've been subdued with words. You know what I mean? By words, sound, power. So through words, think about it. So this means that he shall subdue the people, but through word, sound, power, he shall subdue. Right? Yadabir amim, plural sense amim. It's the peoples. Oh man, you see the KJV? That's false. That's a bad translation. It says the people, singular. It should be the peoples. Amim, yod mim, im, ya, amim, yadabir, amim, tachat, right? Tachate of ano, So the word here, they don't have a link. Let's go down to Tanakh. Is the word tachat. Tachat means to be the underneath part, like under, below, right? Under, beneath, tachat, right? Um, so that's in the sweetness, subjection, woman. Right, wow. That's interesting. But tahat means to be okay, I get it now. Yeah, tahat, right? See, sometimes the words may not make sense when you see how the difference, but then when you start to follow words, right? One of the best things one can do is take the key number word, right? Put that in a good search and see where the word appears. And sometimes that kind of helps you in other translations of understanding the high and low, right? You know, tahat. In Amharic, this would be like tahat, to hit, right? Like say to hit to like humility, you know, like tahat can also be used in the sense of instead of. But here it says yadabir amim tachetenu, right? The anu at the end, nu is us. He will subdue the people under, right, us, and nations, right? Le umim, and the leoms. So the word leom. Now, in translation, you know, we say heathen and goyim. Goyim is nations. And then over here, the translator is saying that this is nation. But then when we look at the word nation here, it's the leom. Leom, loom, leom. The leom, loom, right? Who are the leom? So the leum. The leum is more the gathering, the communities. This would be more to say, like, if Goyim is nations, then the Leumim is like the ethnicities, because in many nations there are different ethnicities, check, right? Or communities of people that have some commonness. You know what I mean? You know, the gathering, you know how people gather together ethnically, right? So this will be like the nationalities, right? Yadabir amim tachatenu ulumim tahat. There we have the word tahat, right? Tahat again. Tahat, under, right? Below. Tahat ragleinu, under the regel. Regel is foot. Ragle is like the feet of Anu. Anu is us. Ragleinu is under our feet. Tachatenu is under us. Tachatenu, tachate, Anu, and Ragle, right? The feet of Anu, under our feet, right? So what do we have here? Subdueth, right? The key word here is the yadabir, 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 right? The general truth, right, is enunciated. That receives Kabbalah illustration, right, in the recent victory. So this general truth, right, can now be testified and was testified by them by that victory. May he who be by Shem Yeshua also do this for I and we, right? As well. May he testify, right? Bear that witness. So the general truth was manifested to them in that time. So right here, Yadabir Amim Tachatenu. Ulumim Tachat Aragleinu. Here to the Dalet verse. Oh, verses 1, right? Verses 1 to 4, right? Verses right, 1 to verses 1 to 4. Here we have a call, right? A call, right, to the nations, right? Okay, here we go right here. So here in the Dalet verse, KJV wise, right? He shall choose, right, our inheritance for us, the excellency of Yaakov, of Jacob, whom he loved, right? Who is the beloved, his beloved, whom he loved, Selah, right? Selah, not really. Yeah, Selah, right? Selah, right? Here it says, Yibchar lanu. Yibchar, he shall bahar. Bahar, what is bahar? Right? He shall bahar. Bahar is to choose, to elect. The elect of Elohim, the elect of God. He shall choose. Bahar. Bahar, right? He shall select, right? Yibchar, he shall choose. Li for anu. He shall choose for us. Yibahar lanu. Yibahar le'anu. Yibahar lanu. Yibahar lanu. He shall choose for us. What shall he choose for us? Et, direct object marker, et nachalatenu. He would choose for us our nahala. Our nahala. The nachalat of Anu, of us. He would choose for us our nachala, our possession, our property, our inheritance, our heritage, right? Our portion, our share, our inheritance, our portion, the inherited property, estate, patrimony, right? That sense of inheritance, right? Yibachar lanua eta nachalatenua eta geon Yaakov, Eta Geon. Also, he would choose for us the excellency, the Geon, right? Geon from Gaon. Where's Gaon? Guan, right? Guan, not Guan in the sense of patois there, but Gaon, right? Gaon, right? The Gaon, right? The Gaon is the exaltation. We could say the majesty. Another way of bringing it out would be the majesty. In a bad sense, it could be pride, arrogance, right? But since this is Yahweh, it's in the good sense. The two truths there, check, right? According to the Spirit, right? The majesty, the excellency. Eta Gaon Yaakov, Asher, the one who Ahab, Asher, the one who Ahab, Sheh Ahab, the one who he loves, Ahab. So here we have the word for love, Ahab, 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 Asher, Ahab, the one who he has loved, Asher, Ahab, right? So what do we have right here? Our inheritance, right? Our inheritance, Nachalatenu, our Nahala, right? The land in the context here, the land of Canaan, right? The land of the Canaanu. Therefore, Al Cain, therefore the attempt to drive Yisrael and Ainai as the beta Israel out, right, was bound to fail, both then and even now, right? The seeking to drive out we, the once lost, now found, is bound to fail, right? Because Nachalatenu, he has chosen it. Yibachar lanu, right? The pride, this could be also translated as the pride. What has he chose for us, right? What has he chose for us? He's chosen for us, right? It says, Eta Gaon, right? So the Aleph Tav, in the use in the language, it points to object marker like of what the verb. So the verb is to choose, right? To choose, bahar, to choose. So where it says yibchar, he would choose, lanu, for us. He would choose for us what? Et is a direct object marker pointing to what he would choose. Et nachalatenu, he would choose our inheritance. And then in the next line of the verse, it says, Et Geon, right? Yaakov, and the excellency of Jacob, and the majesty of Jacob, or we can say, the pride, right, of Jacob, but we prefer the majesty, the excellency, his majesty, the majesty of Yaakov. So the inheritance, what is the majesty or the excellency of Jacob, the Gaon, Yaakov, go on, Yaakov, the inheritance that Yisrael, right, takes pride in, right, that excellency, that which is excellent for Yisrael, right, as a gift from Yahweh Eloheinu. And notice the key, it says, whom he loveth, right? You see that there? It says, Asher Ahab, Asher. So the Jacob, Yaakov is not just he'll choose it, the excellence of Jacob, period. No, it is the excellency of Jacob, right? Whom he loves, who is really loved by him, right? Who is beloved by him. Asher, the one who Ahab, right here, right? The one who he loved, the one who he has affection for, right? Who's a friend. Right, so the word love can be used in a kind of a wide variety of senses. You know what I'm saying, right here. But the general basic sense is it has affection, right? The one who Yahweh basically is saying, and by saying that Yahweh loves Jacob, he is telling us and revealing to us that he is affected by Yaakov. What happens to Yaakov and his children, it affects him. You know what I'm saying? So the love, it was demonstrated, right? Just from this verse here, right? It was demonstrated in the bestowal of the Nahala, Nahala, not Nachala, but Nahala. The KH is better than the CH in the 21st century, right? The old previous century, 19th century, 17th, 18th, 19th century, they would put the CH, but the KH is more better because it's the letter Chet, the Cha, Nahala, Nahala, right? Or Nahala, right? Nahala. All right. So here. This is the first section, the call to the nations. Yibchar lanu eta nachalateinu, eta geon Yaakov, asher ahev, Selah. Here's like the portion, right, to lift up, to exalt. It's a technical term musically, right, in tabernacle and temple worship, the music, showing an accentuation. So some sort of an accentuation. It could mean a pause, right, a musical pause or pause of the chanter for like a musical, almost like when they say to the bridge, like you go to the bridge, or an interruption of some sort, or even sometimes take this in. Pause. Take this in for a moment. So the selah, right? Often as an interlude is best right there. So now here, we have just two more short sections of this short psalm. We have verses 5, right? Verses 5 to 6. So here, the hey, the hey verse. Here it says Elohim is gone up with a shout. Yahweh with the sound of a trumpet, right? Elohim, the creator, the judge, right? The judge is going up. It's almost like when saying, here come the judge, you know what I mean? Or like, in court, when the judge is ready to go to chambers, it's proper respect from the ancient pattern for all to rise. Now he rises up and he returns to his chambers. This is the sense of this here. Allah Elohim bitaruah. Yahuwah b'kol shofar. Now, some unlearned people or people, if they know better than what they do is evil, they try to say, well, Elohim is someone else, and El is someone else, and Yah is someone else, and Yah, all this nonsense. You know what I mean? Maybe for other peoples, right? But not in the way, the truth, and life, not in the covenant. Here, the proper interpretation, why it says God or Elohim in the first part of the verse, and then say Yahweh, because the Hebrews understood what Elohim meant when in regard to Yahweh. We knew what Elohim meant for other peoples, right? There were Elohim Acharim, other people's Elohim. It could mean whatever they made up. But for us, based on the revealed truth, Elohim is the creator, Elohim is the judge. So here, Allah. When it says going up, Allah. That's not Allah, but that's Allah. It's an ayn, Allah. To go up, to ascend. Allah, right? To go up, to ascend, right? Allah, Elohim, be teruah, right? By way of, or with, or on the teruah. Now, notice here that the civil new year, that's called Rosh Hashanah, it is on the 5th, right, of the 7 feasts and festivals. The 5th of the 7 feasts and festivals that begin on the first day of the 7th month. So when we're beginning the new year, the ecclesiastical, the churchical year, right, here in the March, April time, right, coming up soon in April, right, it begins right there. That's the first month in the holy count, right? Then we go 7 months. And then we get to 7 months, we get to the third of the 3 times in the year. And that first feast is Yom Teruah. Yom Teruah is the blowing of the shofar, the ram's horn, right? And then in later times, right, that also became the beginning of the civil new year, because in the Torah wise, we are at the end of the year. So the Torah tells us that in the 7th month, the 7th moon with tabernacles, right, it is actually the end of the year. So therefore, the ancient Yehudim, right, took that to mean that if it's the end of what year? It's the end of the holy year, where we have appointments, feast, festival in season. And now we're about to go to time out of season. So the out of season time became the civil new year. So the whole Rosh Hashanah idea is very logical if people will understand it. Some people say there's only one new year. Well, I could easily show you that according to the Torah, you're gonna be put to shame. That's why you better study. It says, study to show yourself approved, right? So that's why I share that there, so ones can, go over it and verify it for themselves, right? So the teruah, right? So here is the teruah. The teruah is like that shout to say that the ram's horn, right? The second part of the verse, it says Yahweh, he who be who he be. Who he be? He be Eloheinu. He be our Elohim. Other people got their own Elohims or whatever they want to call it, Ilalims. They have their own Ilalims. They're good for nothings that they call Elohim. They have the Ilalims, the Alalims, and the Ilalims, right? But Yahweh is our Elohim. Check. So it's an operative word, but we have to understand how to operate and how it operates for us. Yahweh b'kol shofar. So here it tells us specifically that Yahweh is going up, right, to show us that the teruah here is not so much the silver, trumpets, but it's really the shofar. You see the shofar, the ram's horn, right? The ram's horn right here with the ram's horn. So what do we have here? We have Yahweh ascending, the ascending of God, God ascending, right? You know, the Bain Elohim Chaim, the Son of the living God ascending, right? In the new covenant times. Check. He has returned to his heavenly abode. What did Yeshua say? Y'all are from below, I'm from above. Only he who has come down can go up, right? That's why, when people be saying what they be saying, like I'm touching on the going to heaven idea. I do have faith based on the word that those truly who have faith in Moshiach, right? Moshiach takes care of them. God the Father, Bashem Yeshua takes care of them. But this idea, right, of people going to heaven, it seems to be contradicted by what Yeshua himself said. Because in the Our Father prayer says, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth like it is in heaven, right? So there's a work to be done here. But here, Yahweh returns, right? Elohim returns, Yahweh Eloheinu returns to his heavenly abode after descending to overthrow the enemy, to overthrow, in this context, the Ashur, Ashur or Shurin, Osirians, or the Assyrians, right? The idea of his intervention in the earthly domain is often conveyed in scripture by the word descend. So when you see in the scripture that it says the Lord descended, he bowed the heavens and came down. He bowed. That means, right, Hebraically, according to the Hebrew faith, that it's like he's entering the matrix, so to speak. If you see it like that, he's entering, the simulations. He's entering into his creation, right? For an activity, for a particular work. You know what I mean? So often in scripture, his intervention into the earthly domain, into the earthly plane of things is often conveyed in the scripture by the word descent. We have this in Genesis, I think first in Genesis, Bereshit, Genesis 11, verse 5, verse 7. We also had it in Exodus, where Yahweh told Moshe, that he would descend and proclaim the name of Yahweh. I love that verse where Yahweh says that I will descend and I will proclaim the name of Yahweh. Okay. Amidst the sound of the horn, or amidst the sound of the ram's horn. Right? So the second part, right, should really be read Yahweh b'kol shofar, with the call, with the sound, right? The sound of the shofar, the sound of the ram's horn. What does this mean? This acclaims, right, as it were, Yeshuato. This acclaims his salvation, his victory. The word Yeshua, salvation, but the word Yeshua also means victory. The word Yeshua, in a sense, also triumph, his rescue, his deliverance, his Yeshua. Here. This verse right here, the second part, second section right here. Allah, Allah Elohim be teruah. Yahweh b'kol shofar. Yahweh b'kol shofar. Now, the teruah, right, on the day of teruah is the blowing of the ram's horn. Just want to point that out as well, right? So this is speaking of not to God and the Lord. No, it's speaking of the Creator, right? The Judge is ascended, right, with the teruah, right? Yahweh, who is Eloheinu, right? Ha Elohim, the judge, with the sound of the shofar. Allah Elohim be teruah. Yahweh b'kol shofar. Here to the wow, the vav verse right here to the 6th verse right here. So, because of that, sing praises, y'all, to Elohim. Sing praises to Malkeinu, to our Melech, right? Negusane, right? To our King. Sing praises, sing Isis. Here. Zamru, Elohim. Zameru, Zamru, Le Malkeinu, Zameru. So Zamru, chant y'all, right? Chant y'all Zamru, chant y'all Zamar. Chant, y'all, sing praises, chant Isis. This word zamar, right here, zamar, is at the root of mizmor, psalms. So you see the connection? So when it says zamru, right, first and foremostly for the Hebrews of true faith, the chanting is the psalms, right? The psalms, right? In the order, right? Right? All things be done decently in order, right? Not just any kind of songs, right? But chant those psalms, right? Set for praise. Zamru Elohim, to the creator, to the judge. Zameru, chanting, y'all. Chant, command to Elohim. Zameru, y'all chanting, right? Zamru, chant, y'all. Isis, y'all. Le Malkeinu, to our Melech, to the Melech of Anu. Malkeinu, right? Le Malkeinu, Zameru, y'all chanting. So there's like the command, and then there's like the Zamru, force command, and then Zameru, the act, the idea that this is what y'all doing, right? Do what y'all doing. Chant y'all le malkeinu, Zameru. Do what y'all are doing, right? Zamru Elohim Zameru. Zamru le malkeinu Zameru, right? Sing praises Zamar. The Hebrew verb, this Hebrew verb that appears 4 times, right, in this one verse right here, right, is the root of mizmor. Mizmor, Afro-African, Shemitically, word for song, right? And is used of vocal praise, of vocal Isis, vocal word. It's like when we say word sound, a word sound, right? Sometimes to the accompaniment of an instrument, but the key part, the focus part is on the word sound, right? The zamar, chanting, the Isis, as I and I would say. This here brings us here, right? Zamru Elohim Zameru. Zamru le Malkeinu Zameru. Zamru Elohim Zameru. Zamru le Malkeinu Zameru. Here bringing us to, right, verses, right, to verses 7, right, to the fulfillment right here, right, 7, right, 7 to 8, 7 to 9 right here, 7 to 9 right here. Here we go. We have the Zayn verse, the verse 7 right here. So now this section, the last section was praise the king. Praise the king, right? Isis the king, right? Isis the king. Isis the king. Isis the king, yeah? So Isis the king right here. For Elohim, king of all the earth. Sing your praise with understanding. Sing your what? Zamar. You see right here, Zamar. So that means that we might think we understand, but do we understand? Because it says to do this with what? Right? To do this with sakal, with prudence, being circumspect, to wisely understand what the eyes is, the mizmor, the zamar is, right? And so we take the time also to go through the context of the song and some in particulars, and not to ignore the inscription, the superscription, right? So one may prosper, have insight, right? Insight, comprehension, to give praise with understanding. And I have to thank, the elders, called children faithful to Rastafari, some of the ones and ones in the early tribe, even in, some of the gathering, church of co-worship that we would call and called Bingi, right? Where ones and ones made a big thing about this verse here, right? To give praise, give Isis with understanding, right? And then now coming here to the next level of it, as His Majesty Haile Selassie says that concerning, Hebrew, Ivrit is the Mesaratawi Kwankwa, the foundational, right, language, you know what I mean? And then seeing that level of it here, I give thanks, give thanks to those elders, those who are with us and those who may have, gone to rest, and for all the saints, the holy ones who have gone to rest, you know, men and women, may they rise in glory in the due and appointed time. But here, for Elohim, the King of all the earth, sing your praises with overstanding, right? With understanding. Skillful. The word also can mean skillfully, right? So here, the Ivrit, the Hebrew, it says ki melech, ki for because, also can have the sense of because, right? So remember the previous verse? Sing is to Elohim, chant is to Malkeinu, chant is ki melech, because Melech, right, king, right, because king, call haaretz, because the king of all the land, the king of all the earth, Elohim, right, because Elohim is the king, right, the rightful ruler is king of all the land, of all the earth. Kia melech kol haaretz Elohim. Zamru maskil. Zamru maskil. So to chant the maskil, right? Now notice that there are some psalms that are called maskil, right? There's some psalms that have the superscription maskil. They're often taken as like an instructive, like an instructive psalm, like a psalm of contemplation for like wisdom, like self-teaching, like you can learn, like a learning psalm. So you can see the sense of it. And this word also, sekel. It says that Dawid was prudent, right? He was circumspect, right? To be circumspect about the eyes. So here, Ki is the king of all the earth. Ki melech kol haaretz. Ki melech, for because melech kol haaretz, because king of all the earth, Elohim. For Elohim, the judge, the creator, is king of all the earth. This is the great truth. This verse right here, right? This is the great truth. Ki melech kol haaretz, right? This is the great truth that's proclaimed in the Mizmor. Hence, the calling out, many are called, few choose the call. Come out of her, my people, right? That's the word of Yahweh. So all of his people, whoever they be, they will answer the call, whether they're of Yehudi, right? Or of the nations, right? Whether they be Jew or Greek. When it says whether they be Jew or Greek, you have to think, wasn't the Romans? Why does it specify Jew and Greek? But it's still a call to all, right? Come who may, right? Who will, right? If they make their will obedient to the good call, so be. Kia melech kol haaretz Elohim zamru masakil, right? So the call to all ye peoples from the beginning. Remember from the very beginning? It was that call to call ha'amim, all ye peoples to unite, to come together, right? In acknowledging his kingship, right? With Amo Yisrael, with the Beit Yisrael, with the Beta Israel, even with I, once lost, now found, right? Yes, Rastafari, we the black Jews of the line of the tribe of Judah, right? Because to Yehuda shall the gathering of the people be. Now, here where it says, sing your praises, Isis, right? So that means in the verse before, Isis, the command was given, you could say, 4 times in a variation, 4 times, right? And here will be the 5th time, right? So with that inspiring and prompting and commanding to chant comes this great truth to be acknowledged. Ki melech kol haaretz Elohim zamru maskia. This is why when we do a baraka, there's a formula, ancient formula of blessing, right? What's that ancient formula of blessing, right? We still have it even today. Baruch atah Some might say Adonai, some might say Hashem. We say what is written, right? Baruch ata Yahuwah, right? Eloheinu melech haolam. That's the key opening formula, because any blessing have to acknowledge those keys right there. Baruch, right? Right? Ata Yahweh, that he who be who he is Baruch. So when we say Baruch, blessed be thou, we're not blessing him really in that sense. We are blessing him by acknowledging that he's blessed. Remember the principle in I think it's in Hebrew that the lesser is blessed by the better. All right, so he is the better. So we acknowledge that he is the better and the blessed, and that is to the extent that we, right, in that sense, we can empower his work in other ways by our actions, right? But the word sound is Baruch, not Barak, right? But Baruch, right? Barak mean he had blessed, right? So when you say Barak Atah in the form of the Hebrew, it's odd. It's like he had blessed you. Who is he that blessed you? Right? But no, Baruch means that he is already the Baruch, right? It's like the action has already been accomplished, right? Baruch ata you, and none other Yahweh, he who be, that you, right? We say to the I, speak to Yahweh, are he, you be he, as he says, Anahu. And when Yeshua also said things like that, that caused some trouble when he says, I am he, Anahu, I am. Another way to bring it out in translation of I am he, right? I be, right? He. So that formula right there, Baruch Ata Yahweh, right? So blessed are you. We declare the covenant name Yahweh, right? Or by deference, Adonai, out of a sense of mercy, right? Appealing to the mercy side, or out of Hashem as deference totally just to the name above all name. But what is written is Baruch Atah Yahuwah. Then we say what? Eloheinu. We don't say Baruch Atah Elohim. No, we say Eloheinu, our Elohim, right? Identifying how we know he be the Elohim, not as other people, like how we know he is God, not how other people know he's God, or what other people think. That it doesn't. It may be curiosity, but it should not matter, covenantally speaking. You know what I mean? Like, if you're, for the sons, like if your wife, is wondering, how the next man is treating his wife, you'd be like, what? That's irrelevant, right? Baruch Ata, right? Yahweh, right? Baruch Ata, Yah. Well, of course, if he's doing good, right? But still, the man, be right to whom more is given. Have Messiah as your head, right? It'll be all right, right? And be the head with Messiah as your head. It'll be all right. Baruch Ata Yahweh Eloheinu. So we acknowledge him as Elohim, Eloheinu. And then we acknowledge him as Melech. I was trying to get to that point about Melech, right? We acknowledge him as Melech, Melech HaOlam, right? Some will say King of the Universe. Yes, that's a modern translation, but really Eternal King, right? Eternal King, Eternal Sovereign, right? Melech HaOlam. To acknowledge these basic functional things, right? That he is both Elohim, right? Our creator, our judge, and he is sovereign, right? He is the eternal sovereign. He is sovereign over all the universe. Some people talk about the universe, right? Well, we speak of he who is sovereign, the sovereign one of the universe. Some ask the universe to do something for them. We ask the sovereign of the universe, the one who created the universe. Ki meleka kol haaretz Elohim zamrua maskil. So the maskil is the skillful, right? Is the skillful song, right? The maskil. This is this word right here, right? Just looking at the time right here, just a couple of verses, not going to hold y'all so much, but I just like to share this right here. There's a little footnote, 32 and 1. 32 and 1 is the happiness of the forgiven, right? Happiness of the forgiven. Happiness to the man to whom Yahweh accounteth not iniquity, and in whose spirit is no guile, no trickery, right? The psalm there in 32 is themed of my skill, right? It's themed of my skill. we have a little note right here. I'm sharing this word right here, my skill. You know what? Let's just do this right here. We'll return quickly and shortly right here, just so you can see it for yourself, right? Here we go, my skill, right? So you can see what it looks like. You see right there? Okay, actually, let's bring it up. You see my skill, and then you see it here in the English. This word right there, well, it's going to highlight all of that. All right, let's go down here. It's this word right here, right? My skill. You see right there, my skill, right? The my skill, right? A psalm of David giving instruction, my skill. The sense there, my skill, giving instruction. So the my skill here, right, is from Sakal. They say a poem, a contemplation of a poem, a composition. So like a composition of contemplation, instructive, didactic. You heard about people who are autodidacts. So and so is an autodidact, like they say Malcolm X was said to be an autodidact, like self-taught, right? Instructive. And that comes from sakal. So you see the word sakal, that's the root word there. So in the verse previously, it's my skill. So I want to bring this out right here, just share this right here. This is used in the title of 13 Psalms, this word my skill. You see it in translation. It looks like maschil, right? It looks like maschil in the English, right there, maschil, right there. But really, there's no ch in the Hebrew. I mean, we can make it by making a mark next to se, the letter se. We make a mark, and then that means a lone word, a lone sound. We're trying to say. But anyway, it's maskil, maskil, right? This is used in the title of 13 Psalms. In form, it corresponds to the word in the verse we were just at right there, KJV wise, verse 7, Hebraically, verse 8. I will instruct thee, right? In Psalm 32, I will instruct thee, and has been accordingly understood accordingly as a didactic poem, right? However, that definition that every psalm that it says is like a teaching poem, right, does not suit all the psalms that have that heading. In today's daily psalm 47 at verse 7, it occurs the phrase sing your praises from a Hebrew translation in a skillful song. In the English, sing your praises with understanding. The more better my skill sense, since it's this exact word, my skill, is better rendered as a skillful song. And this seems to indicate a special kind of musical rendering or musical performing, right? This is often now accepted as a likely meaning, but the secondary sense, right? So it can mean skillful, and it can mean kind of instructive. So it's kind of an instructing, be instructed to skill, right? So right here. Ki melekol haaretz Elohim zamru maskil. So chant to Elohim, chant Isis. Chant Isis to our King. Chant Isis. For Elohim is the Melech, is the King of all the earth, earth's rightful sovereign, rightful ruler. Sing your Isis in a skillful song, in a song of understanding, with overstanding. With overstanding, we used to have the thing, I and I Rastafari, something I don't know. I and I know what the gatherings for. That chant, I and I know what the gatherings for. Well, we here adapt that right here. And I and I we should know what the eyes is, what the psalm, what the chant, what the eyes is for. Check. So right here to the chet verse, the 8th verse, today's daily psalm, almost fulfilled right here. Elohim reigneth over the nations. Elohim reigns over the nations. He ruled over the United Nations. He overruled the League of Nations. The League of Nations, the heathen. The heathen is the nation. The League of Heathen, if you want to say. And he's going to overrule, and he overrules, right, the United Heathen. The United Heathen, that's the United Nations, right? Elohim sitteth up on the throne of his set apartness. That's the word holiness is, set apartness. Here, let's bring out the verse right here. It says, Malak Elohim. Malak, right? Well, somebody said, it's not Melech, it's Malak. No, Malak, you mean the verb. You mean it's the verb? No, it means the noun. No, the verb is Malak. The noun is Melech. See, that's to avoid confusion. You see what I'm saying? It's not the letter, not just looking at the paleo or the letters, but it's the spirit. The spirit gives us those seven spirits, those seven vowels. Check, check. So here, malak. So when it says malak, the verb, right? He has been coronated. He has become king. He rules as king. Malak, to reign, right? In the inceptive sense, inceptively is to ascend the throne, right? In a causative way is to induct into royalty, right? Or it can also be in a more ancient context, and the Ethiopic brings out this sense of the same words, the same letters, right? Malak, right? To take counsel, right? Like a counselor, right? The sense of taking counsel, right? But this context here is he reigns, he rules as king, has become king and rules as king. The sense of this right here is not that he reigns over the heathen of the nations, but he has become king over the nations. And in a sense, he has kind of overruled the nations, but he has become king over them, right? Ascended over them, right? Malak Elohim al Goyim, over the nations. The nations is Goy, the Goy. They translate sometimes heathen, right? Nation, people, heathen. Heathen is a pejorative, the Gentiles. You know what I mean? The Gentiles, yeah. The cattle. No, But when they said the Gentile cattle, they said, oh, they call everybody cattle. No, it's not that we call everybody cattle, right? We are a goy. Israel is a goy kadosh. We are a goy. We are a nation, right? But we are set apart from other nations, right? And this word goy, as you can see down here, it has a sense of massing together, right? It's like a troop of animals, right? So in a figurative sense, this word goy does refer to how animals get together. That's why Israel is often likened to, like, the sheep of Yahweh's pasture, right? And we should not be nobody else's sheep, right? Elohim reigneth over the heathen. Elohim sitteth upon the throne of his holiness, right? Elohim Yashab. Yashab is seated, is enthroned. Yashab, all upon Kisei, the throne of Kadisho. All Kisei Kadisho, all the Kisei Kodsho. He is seated upon the Kisei. So the word for throne is Kisei, Kiseh. Two ways of saying it from the two ways it is written, Kisei and Kiseh. Kiseh. Here we have Kiseh, the throne of Kodsho, the throne of his Kodesh, of his apartness, of his set apartness, his separateness, right? His separateness. What do we have right here? Reigneth and sitteth. The two key words right here, Malak and Yashab. Malak, right? To become king. Malak, right? And Yashab. Yashab, to sit, to dwell, to be seated up, to dwell up, to seat up. Translate, better translation here, Hebraically, he hath become king, right? He has become king, right? He has become king because he's put down these other kings that was coming up against Israel. He has become king over all of them, right? And it was like all their kings, were just slaughtered, basically. You know what I'm saying? He has become king. And then in the second part, he sitteth, Elohim sitteth, it is he taketh his seat, right? It's like he has become king. So almost in the sense of these victory was like the coronation of a king, right? As we know, the coronation of a king would be in this wise, what Yahweh has done and did in that event horizon, right? Was as one becoming king. And now he take his seat. Like, he stands, everybody applauds and shouts. He look about, and then he's seated on his throne. Right? This is the sense. The psalmist and I describes the effect of the victory. This is the effect of that Yeshua. That Elohim, the creator, the judge, has been king of the earth before. He's sovereign of the earth before. You know what I mean? However, his sovereignty was confirmed by what he had achieved. In other words, we already know he already been king from before time, before creation. Yeah. You know what I mean? But he allowed things, allowed man on the earth to do his thing and so forth and so on. But they were doing their things against Israel, right? So he had to reaffirm his sovereignty. You know what I'm saying? So that they would know, right? We know, but now they know. His sovereignty was confirmed and reaffirmed by what he had achieved, what he had did. Accordingly, now he seats himself upon his throne, right? He seats himself upon his case, right? Kise, right? Kise. Right here it says Elohim Yashab al Kisei Kadisho. But not just upon the throne, but the throne of Kadisho, of his set apartness. So not just a throne, right? Right? Or a seat, but it is separate. It is holy. It is separate. You see? Separate. Accordingly, he seats himself upon his throne, having established his right to it. He didn't say, well, I'm Elohim. No, he beat them, put them in their place. You know what I mean? And therefore, all right, they beat them and defeat them. Now they're called to acknowledge, having established his right to it, to administer the fears of men and nations. So by him defeating in the time of Jehoshaphat and other times, and may he do so in our time, it was a way of him waving his finger at the nations and no, don't do that. That's lo tov. That is not good. You've been very naughty. You know what I mean? Bow. Malak Elohim al Goyim, Elohim Yashab al Kisei Kadisho. Here, this is the last verse here, the eighth verse, the eighth verse right here, right? The ninth verse, right? Hebraically, right here, right? KJV, wise. The princes of the people are gathered together. Now, this section right here, the 10th verse, his kingship acknowledged, acting on the knowledge. Well, if you know it, then act like you know it, right? Acknowledging. The princes of the people are gathered together, the people of the Elohim of Abraham, right? Gathered together, the people of the Elohe Abraham, the Elohim of Abraham, for the shields of the earth to Elohim. He is greatly exalted. Right? Now, this brings out the translator's notes here. And I think these notes are good when you understand the Hebrew perspective. This idea hasn't been fully translated. Voluntary of the people. The princes are the voluntary of the people. They are gathered, right, to the people. They are gathered to the people of the Elohim of Abraham. So the word for princes is nadib. Remember we touched on that with the offering and the free will offering and the willing offering and the teruma, right? The willing, right? One who's willing, one who's inclined. And we touched on the fact that the nobles and the princes and the nobility, noble ones were linked to this word. They were noble in mind and in character because those people who were willing, generous, these were the true nobility, if you understand what I'm trying to say right here. And today they talked about the nobility. Now remember, there's a difference between royalty and nobility, right? Often the nobility protects the royalty, if you know what I'm saying. So the inner circle, right, would be like the royalty, like the king, and the court. And then you have around the king and the court, the nobility, the princes, those of noble character, which means they don't really have to have so-called blood relation. It's more about meritocracy because of their voluntary, their free will nature towards that which is generous, their generosity, their magnanimousness, right? Now, in some cases, some people can act like a liberal or liberal. It's like a liberal, really, or a noble, a liberal noble, a noble liberal, but they are tyrants, right? Hence, see the Democratic Party in Babylon. But anyway, here, his kingship is acknowledged. So the verse is in the prophetic mood. This is like a prophetic mood. It's kind of speaking of something that already happened. But in a prophetic mood, sometimes the prophetic mood or speaking speaks about something that is to happen as though it already happened. right? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. You are knocked out. Like I'm about to get into a boxing match and say, you're knocked out. Yeah, you're knocked out, and they're gonna have to maybe take you to the hospital or whatever. It's like wait, but it hasn't happened yet. So it's kind of speaking in this sense. It's speaking of the action that's already kind of happening. Speaking about an action, right? So the people, the princes of the people, are gathered together. Let's get the Hebrew, the Ivrit right here. It says Nidibay. Nidibay. So the Nadib, individual, Nidibay, Nidibay are like the nobles of, the generous ones of, the nobility and the princes of, right? Amim. The Amim are peoples. So it's speaking about other peoples, right? So for Israel, it's Amo, his people. Other peoples are known as the Amim, peoples. So the nobility, the noble ones of these other peoples are being called out to acknowledge Yahweh Eloheinu's sovereignty, right? Here it says, Nidbeya Amim Nesafu, Ne'esafu, Ne'esafu. They are Asaf. Asaf means to gather. Ne'esafu, where do we get that? We get that from the Nephil build. On the Nephil build of the root verb, right? Asaf, Ne'esafu, right? That's a Nephil, to assemble, to be gathered. They have already been assembled. They are already gathered. Nidibeya amima ne'asafu am, the people of Elohei Abraham. So the nobles of the peoples, the princely, the generous of the peoples, right? Like other nations, right? The peoples are gathered together to say, with the with the people, the of the Elohei, the God of Abraham, with the people of the God of Abraham. Nidibeya amim nesafu ama Elohei Abraham. First part of this verse right here, the second part of the verse, key for, because, key li for Elohim, key li Elohim, right? In the flow of the Ivrit, ki le Elohim magnei eret, the shields of Maginei. Magen, like Magen, they say Magen David, Magen Dawid. Well, Magen is shield. Here it says the shields of. The shields of. It's a constructive two-part, two words forming one idea. Magine Eretz. Magine, the shields of the land. The shields of the earth, the shields of the land. Magine Eretz. Me'od. Me'od na'ala. Me'od na'ala. Me'od. Me'od, much, nuff, much, na'ala, na'ela, na'ala. Much, he is exalted. So here we have the word Allah again, but we have to look at the Nephil sense, right? You see the Nephil sense, right? The Nephil sense, the sense of Nephil, to be taken up, right? Me'od, much, me'od, na'ala. He is taken up, he takes himself away, he exalts himself, right? So it's like saying he is greatly exalted, but the inner sense, looking at the Hebrew, is that he has, Elohim has taken himself up, right? He's taken oneself away, has lifted up himself, has exalted, has become greatly exalted in that sense, right? He has become greatly exalted, or he has exalted himself. Both of those senses, it can be brought out in the spirit of the Hebrew, right? So right here, the verse is in the prophetic mood, looking forward to a scene that is depicted as actually happening, or a scene that has already happened, right? So in language, in the Hebrew, some things are said as though it has already happened, but if you look at it in the context, it's the prophetic. It reminds me of what the scripture says in the New Covenant sense, through the New Covenant sense, calling those things which be not as though they were. Get it? Calling those things which be not, right? That's why I said in prayer, right? Like when Yeshua Hanotri Jesus, of Nazareth, when he was teaching about prayer and principles of prayer, right? That when you pray, right, pray as though you already have received those things. The sense is there, calling those things. Like, after you pray and you ask for this, give thanks as you have received it. In other words, think in your mind, your heart, that I received it, and thank him as you receive it. And if it's in his way, according to his way, may he grant your request by Shem Yeshua. But here, first part first, princes of the people, right? Nidebe Amin. Nidebe Amin. The representatives of all nations are assembled to pay homage to the supreme king, and there were 72 nations. The princes of the people, right? The representatives of all nations are assembled to do what? To pay homage, to bend the knee, right? The word to bless, also barak, means to bend the knee, right? To pay homage to the supreme king, right? To Melech HaOlam. And the princes of the people, right? They are together with, right? Or they are the sense of together here, right? Is Asaph, right? So it's gathered together, right? They are gathered together, right? The sense, it doesn't say with, but it says the princes of the people, they, other nations, right? The people of the God of Abraham, Am Elohe Abraham, right? The people of the God of Abraham, Am Elohe Abraham, Elohe Abraham, right? The sense required, right, is together. You see the word together, but that's gathered. So the sense here is, so the verb is both applying to the princes of these peoples. Now you see where we see the word people there? This word here, people, that's a false translation in KJV. It should be peoples, right? That's why here they say nations, right? The peoples. So it's the princes of the peoples. Because without that, you might get the idea that is still speaking about us as Yisrael. No, it's speaking about the princes of the other nations, some of those who are defeated and others who hear about the defeat and answer the call. They are going to be gathered together, right, with the the people of the Elohe, the Elohim of Abraham, right, with the people of the God of Abraham. And the LXX, the Septuagint, right, it supplies the preposition with. So later on, when they translated from the ancient Hebrew, right, to make it make some sense, and like, how you see the italics, the italicization, the LXX brought in with. But less probable is a suggestion to understand the words like to become before the people. Some try to say, when trying to figure out, because there's in the Hebrew, it seems like though something, not that something is missing. Well, you see where they have the word even? You see the word when it says even is italicized? They put that there as a kind of a connectivity. Some scholars have said to become the people of the God of Abraham, but that's not really the mention there. But let's read. The mention of Abraham, it links the prophecy of the future. Perhaps it's this, with the promise of the past. That he, remember to Abraham? Remember what was said to Abraham? To Abraham was said, they look at his name, the father, right, of a multitude, right? The chief. To say chief is to say father, chief, progenitor, father of a multitude of what? A multitude of nations. That's found in Genesis, right? That's found in Genesis chapter 17 and 4. The obliteration, it seems as though even from the old covenant, right, much of the truth of the new covenant, right, is coming out. The obliteration of a distinction, right, in the gathering between Yisrael and the nation. Still, Beta Israel is still Beta Israel, and the nation is still the nation, but coming together, being called together to acknowledge Yahweh Eloheinu by the incorporation of the latter. So in the new covenant sense, right, when the apostle Paul, even Yeshua, but the apostle Paul, and the other apostles are speaking about the other nations and going to the nations, we can show you right here where that's the sense of this psalm right here. A call is being made. It's up to them to, to accept or to refuse, right? So the peoples, they become part of the people, They become one because they gather together. They're in the one gathering to praise Yahweh Eloheinu with the Am, right? Elohe Abraham, with the people of the Elohim of Abraham. This floats before the singer. This right here, it floats in the idea, right? Before the singer and the prophetic eye. The singer and the composers, the sons of Korah, the eye of prophecy, as the end, as the fulfillment, right? As being what? As being the sof, the fulfillment of Yahweh's great manifestation, right? His great man, his great manifestation of himself, right? His great manifestation. So basically, from this verse properly understood, right, we get the connection with the new covenant in its true context, and how the other nations, may apply or answer that call, right? The shields of the earth. So here it says, Ki le, right? Ki le lohim magine, right? Magine eretz. So the eretz is the land, right? Magine, right? Aretz. And then we have Magain and Magina, two forms of it. But here the form is Magine, the shields of, right? Now the Magain was one of 2 to 3 shields. This was a small shield, right? The shield, that is like a small one, like a buckler, like a protector. It's like sometimes if one was right-handed and a swordsman, they might have a small circular shield that's strapped to their left hand. So if you're fighting somebody and you're right-handed, you can use that small magain that's attached to your left hand as a blocker, right? As a blocker to block, the other swordman's cut. And then if you can lift up his sword a little bit and go low and cut him. But anyway, that being as it is, I just want to show what the shield is. So it says the shields. Notice that in the shields, right? The shields, magine, this is the plural sense, the shields or the bucklers, the shields of the earth. This is a designation of kings and princes. So we look at it and we might think about shield like the shield I just described. Yes, but then it goes beyond that, right? But it uses this the literal sense to bring out another Hebraicism. So what does shields of the earth really mean here, Chabarim, right? Magine Aretz. Magine Aretz. Well, just one more place in scripture, Hosea, right? Hosea, what is this? 4 and 18. Hosea 4 and 18. Now the numbering sometimes is off. Hopefully we'll get this verse right here between the English and the Hebrew. Oh no, it's on. It's on. We got it. Yeah. This is the verse right here. Their drink is sour. They have committed hodom. They've committed 304dom. I call it 304dom. 304. Yeah, right. Not calling nobody their name, but these guys here, their drink is sour. They have committed 304dom, hodom, right? Continually. Her rulers, shame, do love. Give ye, come on, give it, back that thing up, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, right. So look at what it says right here. The rulers. You see what it says? The rulers. The Hebrew says the shield, right? So here. What is this verse about? Let's just get the Hebrew quick, fast. Sabam, Aha, Zena. He's new. Ahabu. He's new. Ahabu Ahebu. Ahabu Ahebu Kalona Magineha. Her Magain. Magine, the shields of, right? The suffix, the what do they call it again? The possessive suffix, right? Ha is for her. Ha, magineha, magineher, magineha, her magain, her shields. Sar sabama, hazneya, he's new. Ahabua hebu, kalona magineha. It's a beautiful little rhyme right here. Sar sabam. Hazane, he's new. Hazne, he's new. Ahabu, hebu. Right? Kind of repeating the same word, but kind of like a poetry right here. So here where it says right here, they commit zana. Zana means to commit fornication, to commit fornication, to be a harlot, to be a 304, right? Continually is zana, right? So in the sense it's saying hazne, committing fornication, fornicating, he's new. They fornicate. Like fornicating, they fornicate, which means like they really be fornicating, right? Then it says Ahabua Hebu. Ahabua Hebu. Here it says right here, Ahabua Hebu. It says shame. No, shame is alone. It says Ahe. Okay, what's going on? Okay, it's a pun. It's a pun. You see the word here, ahab, mean to love. As we said earlier, Asher, Ahab, Yaakov, the one who he loved, right? So ahab means to love Ahab. Ahab, Ahab. So here we have the ahab, right? Right? It says first here, it says ahabu, right? Then it says hebu. Now, it might sound like the two words ahab, hebu are the same word, but it's really a pun. It's like these two words, they sound similar, but anyone who understands they're different to say it's a good rhyme. Right? This is like a good rhyme in Hebrew right here, where it says Sar Sabama Hazneya he's new. Hazneya he's new. Ahabu Hebu. Kalona Magineha. Right? So what it's bringing out here is that they love, right? Habu, they love, but now love is not just the love of affection in the like the clean sense. It's more like in the obscene sense, right? And then they say, give ye, Yahab. So the word Yahab means to give. Yahab, like Wahhabi, like the guys over there, the Edomites in Arabia, they call the Wahhabi. Wahhab is the Arabic version of Ahab. Ahab means to give. So they get that money from the dead fossil fuel, you know what I mean? And they give money to support, their Islamization, their Edomite empire. You know what I mean? But anyway, yeah, it connects there. Okay, right. Gone sour right there, the shield. So here when it says, what's the word? Rulers. There's the word rulers. You see the word rulers? The word ruler is shield. So based on the knowledge of Hosea, right, 4 and 18, right, we can get a better idea of what it's saying with the shields of the earth. Because the shields of the earth, shields. I'm not saying that these guys, are going from bad to better. These guys that the princes of the peoples that come together with the people of the God of Abraham. So that other verse was just talking about the rulers of the Israelites and the Judahites and Ephraim and all that kind of folly, our being caught lacking. But the point of this was to bring out how the term shields is used, right? The shield, right? So the shield here is referring to the rulers, right? Although themselves governors, they are under his sway. So even the princes and the nobility and the noble ones of other peoples, right, that are brought together with the people of the Elohei Abraham, right, their rulers, the rulers of the land, right, they, right, the rulers of the land, right, the sense the word belong is not there, but it's lelohim, right, they are for Elohim. They're in favor of Elohim. They're in favor of Eloheinu, Yahweh Eloheinu, he who be who he be, our creator, right, and our judge. That means that they are under his sway. They may be of other nations, but they are under his sway, right? They're being brought over to the way, the truth, and life. The voluntary of the peoples are gathered to the people of the Elohei Abraham, right? And there's another level of this as well, but we'll spare you right now. The voluntary. You know what I mean? They will give, they will give, to his way, right? That's the way of, the fruit, he is greatly exalted, right? Right. It says that he is greatly exalted, right? He has become greatly exalted. So the word greatly here is moed. Moed. Now we have, there's two words here. You remember we talk about the Ohel Moed, right? Let me kind of emphasize it. I'm gonna enunciate it in the fuller sense of the Afro-Shemitic, the ancient Pawnee, so you can get it. Because in English, you'll see the two words, and if you don't look at the Hebrew alphabet, you'll think it's to be said the same way. This is me'od, me'od, right? The other one is moed, 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 right? Moed, and this is me'od, me'od, right? Not me'od, but me'od, right? Hard and soft sounds, right? So here, me'od, what is me'od? You remember when on the sixth day, after everything that Yahweh created and man in his image, after his likeness, male and female, he created them. What did he say? What did he call the day? He said it was very good. Tov me'od. Tov, good, me'od. Me'od, me'od, me'od. Very much. So this is like nuff, much, right? So here it says me'od na'ala. Me'od na'ala. Me'od, greatly he is exalted. He has become greatly lifted up. This is as a sequel of what has taken place. Yahweh Eloheinu, his exaltation, it results from recognition of him by all peoples. So the fact is, the victory for Yisrael, even in the context, it had resonated during the time of Jehoshaphat, right? The valley of Jehoshaphat, the valley of Baraka, of blessing, the valley of Jehoshaphat, that it had echoed with other peoples, right? This echoed with other peoples, and they became more curious. You know what I mean? To, wow, this, their God, they didn't even have to fight. All those people was gathered against them, and they were just defeated. How could that just happen? Well, you know, the Israelites, the Judahites, they're saying that it's Yahweh, you know, their Elohim. And then the other people like, well, maybe they're correct. I mean, we know that the other gods are nothing but idols, things that people made up, right? So here, his exaltation results from the recognition of him by all peoples. It is one of the dominant notes. This is a key note struck in the Psalter throughout the book of Psalms. And truly here, this expresses the ultimate aim of, for lack of a better word, of the true Israelite or the Beta Israel religion or the Beta Israel really just faith and spirituality. You know, the Hebrew,
Come be a part of.
Jake, you want to do society?
Okay,
Where
so
Hebrew feels like home.
a little outro dubwise right here. Today's daily psalm right here. Well, actually the previous. We're moving forward. A little English, right? Dubwise, some Hebrew highlights. Well, actually the Hebrew as well here on the living rhythm, and even those of our loved ones who are in the way, we should know that they live because that's what the King of Kings Christ, the Moshiach, Yeshua HaMoshiach, that's what he says. So let's just exercise faith and keep it pushing right here. Here, Psalm 47. Whoa.
Psalm 47. Oh, clap your hands, all ye people. Shout unto God with the voice of triumph. For the Lord Most High is terrible. He is a great king over all the earth. He shall subdue the people under us, and the nations under our feet. He shall choose our inheritance for us, the excellency of Jacob whom he loved. Selah. God is gone up with a shout, the Lord with the sound of a trumpet. Sing praises to God, sing praises unto our King, sing praises. For God is the King of all the earth, sing ye praises with understanding. God reigneth over the heathen, God sitteth upon the throne of his holiness. The princes of the people are gathered together, even the people of the God of Abraham. For the shields of the earth belong unto God. He is greatly exalted.
מזמור מ"ז למנצח לבני קורח מזמור. כל העמים תקעו כף, הריעו לאלוהים בקול רינה. כי אדוני עליון נורא, מלך גדול על כל הארץ. ידבר עמים תחתנו ולאומים תחת רגלינו. יבחר לנו את נחלתנו, את גאון יעקב אשר אהב סלע. עלה אלוהים בתרועה, אדוני בקול שופר. זמרו אלוהים זמרו, זמרו למלכנו זמרו, כי מלך כל הארץ אלוהים, זמרו משכיל. מלך אלוהים על גויים, אלוהים ישב על כיסא קודשו. נדיבי עמים נאספו, עם אלוהי אברהם, כי לאלוהים מגין ארץ מאוד נעלה.
Psalm 47. Oh, clap your hands, all ye people. Shout unto God with the voice of triumph. For the Lord Most High is terrible. He is a great king over all the earth. He shall subdue the people under us, and the nations under our feet. He shall choose our inheritance for us, the excellency of Jacob whom he loved. Selah. God is gone up with a shout. The Lord with the sound of a trumpet. Sing praises to God. Sing praises. Sing praises unto our King. Sing praises. For God is the King of all the earth. Sing ye praises with understanding. God reigneth over the heathen. God sitteth upon the throne of his holiness. The princes of the people are gathered together, even the people of the God of Abraham. For the shields of the earth belong unto God. He is greatly exalted.
Yes. So here's on the outro right here. Let's hear the English just again with the Amharic, right? The Amharic from the KOK of ET Bible, the King of Kings of Ethiopia Bible, Book of the Seven Seals right here. English, and then the Amharic on the outro right here. Shema Yisrael.
Psalm 47. Oh, clap your hands, all ye people. Shout unto God with the voice of triumph. For the Lord Most High is terrible. He is a great king over all the earth. He shall subdue the people under us, and the nations under our feet. He shall choose our inheritance for us, the excellency of Jacob whom he loved. Selah. God is gone up with a shout, the Lord with the sound of a trumpet. Sing praises to God. Sing praises. Sing praises unto our King. Sing praises. For God is the King of all the earth. Sing ye praises with understanding. God reigneth over the heathen. God sitteth upon the throne of his holiness. The princes of the people are gathered together, even the people of the God of Abraham. For the shields of the earth belong unto God. He is greatly exalted.
መዝሙር 46 በቅንፍ 47 ለመዘምራን አለቃ የቆሬ ልጆች መዝሙር። አሕዛብ ሁላችሁ እጆቻችሁን አጨብጭቡ፣ በደስታ ቃልም ለእግዚአብሔር እልል በሉ። እግዚአብሔር ልዑል ግሩምም ነውና
በምድር ሁሉ ላይም ታላቅ ንጉሥ ነውና አሕዛብን ከኛ በታች ወገኖችንም ከግራችን በታች አስገዛልን። ለርስቱ እኛን መረጠን የወደደውን የያዕቆብን ውበት። አምላክ በእልልታ እግዚአብሔር በመለከት ድምፅ አረገ። ዘምሩ ለአምላካችን ዘምሩ፣ ዘምሩ ለንጉሣችን ዘምሩ። እግዚአብሔር ለምድር ሁሉ ንጉሥ ነውና በማስተዋል ዘምሩ። እግዚአብሔር በአሕዛብ ላይ ነገሠ። እግዚአብሔር በቅድስናው ዙፋን ይቀመጣል። የምድር ኃይለኞች ለእግዚአብሔር ናቸውና የአሕዛብ አለቆች ወደ አብርሃም አምላክ ተሰበሰቡ፣ እርሱንም ከፍ ከፍ አደረጉት።
Psalm 47. Oh, clap your hands, all ye people. Shout unto God with the voice of triumph. For the Lord Most High is terrible. He is a great king over all the earth. He shall subdue the people under us, and the nations under our feet. He shall choose our inheritance for us, the excellency of Jacob whom he loved. Selah. God is gone up with a shout, the Lord with the sound of a trumpet. Sing praises to God, sing praises unto our King, sing praises. For God is the King of all the earth, sing ye praises with understanding. God reigneth over the heathen, God sitteth upon the throne of his holiness. The princes of the people are gathered together, even the people of the God of Abraham. For the shields of the earth belong unto God. He is greatly exalted.
Yeshua Shalom, fam. Yeshua Shalom. Yeshua Shalom. Zamru Elohim, Zameru. Zamru. Limalkeinu, Zamru. Chant eyes is your yes I. Give thanks. More of this Torah reading and feeding. We have here as we seal out the second book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called and known as Exodus, the book of the names right here. So stay tuned. Third Aliyah, third day. Have a blessed rest. Laila Tov, Boker Tov, a good rise, a good dawning. Have a good day, and also this Shavua, comfort you all one another, strengthen one another, pray for one another, and do good. Remember what the Master says, the King of Kings Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach. He says that, all will know, and that we are his Talmudim, right? His disciples, by how much love, right, we have one for another. Yes.
O Lord, open thou my lips, my lips.
Adonai sefatai tiftach.
And my mouth shall show forth thy praise.
Ufi yagid tehillatecha.
Give thanks.
For thou desirest not sacrifice.
Or else Sinai would give it.
We are Israelites. We are Israelites. We are Israelites.
In Ethiopian life, the imperial ruler is likened in splendor to the sun, in exalted power to the lion, in his divine being to the kings of Israel, and at times to God himself.
one we can rely on. Hail up the conquering lion. Most lighter, you're the only one we can rely on.
Shabua Tov, Hashem Yeshua. Good, strong, be well.